Yeah, it does.
But then you put them together. I think we're the grad students. Correct. It's listening, talking. Holy one. It's so silly. I mean, it's the only one different.
I don't want to meet your which I'm working with the institution people. Unfortunately, we thought too late on the recording. We're working with our people. Recording of yours. Marta. Yeah, very much. Great.
Thinking of that work now, I do, and if you write some stuff, work, what.
I think Roger. More. I agree with you. I mean, it's kind of a you're right. It's really interesting that you're having a school.
Yeah.
So we.
You're thinking maybe in the fall. I don't know how it's been done in the past, but for the youth. We combine resources in the goals as well as the. See, that's motivation. Only the people. You know, if they have resources. Right. Yeah, good. And of course, I'm open to seeing what we can do, including putting resources on the table or asking others to help. Right.
I want to get a key for if we have some challenges. Meeting, which I don't think will happen. We want to be able to have a freely to go through the whole thing.
Right for that.
Yeah.
I remember reading it.
Yeah. You know what? Listen, exactly.
I just go down to the. Oh. I'm trying to get home with
I do have to take that. But, you know, Great. Yeah, great. It's a great selection. But remember, anything,
I don't. That's the part that's not.
look at it, it's signing right now. What is it? All right, everybody. I did. 51. Yeah. Yeah. And we propose it's like we're part of the thing. And here's the business politics.
And so I actually.
It's gonna be a million there.
Interesting, by the way.
And you start.
Well. Oh. Really, I never had that.
Right, I was gonna say. No. No, too close to the start. Yeah. Right, but you worry about the ring, right? But then the president. Right. It's a deal that says. All right, you don't worry. I know, but I'm trying to get you not to.
I think we're going to start, and I'm Gail Kligman. I'm one of the co-organizers of this conference, along with Roger Waldinger, who will be returning shortly. So in the interim, we're going to start this afternoon's sessions. And so first, I'm delighted to welcome our UCLA Dean of the Social Sciences, Abel Valenzuela, also a friend, and we're delighted to have you say a few words of welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. It's so good to be here to see all of you. I hope the room continues to populate with more interested folks, but it's perfectly fine just as it is now. Thank you for being here. Today, we're going to start our plenary sessions on migration governance and the global refugee regime. I'd like to say just a few things, though, before I say a few more comments. As Gail mentioned, my name's Abel Valenzuela. I've been here at UCLA for about 30 years, and I was recently appointed in this new role. And one of the first sorts of I suppose, duties I was asked was from my colleagues and good friends, Professor Gail and Professor Roger, who you both know as part of the conveners of this conference, asking for support. Of course, it was one of the earliest and easiest decisions to make. And that's because UCLA is an important place when it comes to scholarship and research on immigration. And so I still remember arriving to this campus about 30 years ago and beginning an engagement with mostly sociology professors, though there was a sprinkling of colleagues, for example, in geography, Asian American studies, and other spaces, psychology. And it was those early years that I remember Roger, Gail, and others starting to convene and bring us together to build what I think is a really important community that few campuses rival. And so I'm really, really proud of that, in part because I've seen a lot of this development. And it's clear to me that the Center for the Study of International Migration here at UCLA is special and will continue to grow and develop and engage both at a local level, but especially at a global level. So thank you for being here. I also want to thank the International Institute, who is also providing support for us. Of course, I was just about to thank my own division, but the Social Sciences is a part of this engagement, as is the Center for European and Russian Studies, the Latin American Institute, Ruben just entered, welcome, the Promise Institute for Human Rights, the Canadian Studies Center, and we also want to acknowledge that there was significant funding from the Luskin Endowment for Thought Leadership. So we thank all of our partners. That also, I think, speaks loudly to how UCLA not only operates, but also engages with different scholars, students on the topic of international migration. And so it's especially, I think, important that we not only thank folks, but we show these connections and links. You're not here to listen to me, you're here to listen to our experts. They have traveled from far. We're very happy and excited for their commitment to do that. So let's begin this program. Once again, welcome to this space and to what I think is going to be a great series of plenary conversations. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Abel. Is something happening with the screen? We're okay? Okay. What? Okay. All right. Anyway, it's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, and it is Tamiras Fakhoury. She's an associate professor of political science and global migration studies at Aalborg University in Copenhagen. She is also a visiting professor and scientific advisor to the Kuwait Chair at Sciences Po in Paris. Previously, She was director of the Institute for Social Justice and Conflict Resolution, where she was the principal investigator of a grant on resilience and inclusive governance in the post-2011 Arab landscape, which was funded by the Carnegie Foundation in New York. And also previously, she was associate professor at the Lebanese American University, and that's where she was director of this institute. From 2012 until 2016, she was a visiting assistant professor in the summer sessions at UC Berkeley. Her core research and publication areas are migration and refugee governance in conflict areas, polycentric governance and norm contestation in the global refugee regime, the European Union's external migration policy, and power sharing and ethno-sectarian conflicts. So we are delighted to welcome you again to the floor.
Great. Thank you so much, Gail, for your introduction. Thank you for having me. I'm thrilled to be here. So in my presentation today, I wish to share with you some critical reflections on the politics of responsibility sharing. These reflections are inspired by my field research in the context of large-scale displacement from Syria. Responsibility sharing, as I argue later, has many definitions, but it is commonly framed as the principle through which actors aim to share equitably the costs of refugees' access to assistance, protection, and solutions. To ground my talk in an empirical site of investigation, I will look at how the European Union, the EU, and key regional refugee hosting states in the East Mediterranean have collaborated and clashed on the politics of refugee assistance, protection, and solutions, and what this has meant for the realities, meanings, and practices of responsibility sharing. I proceed as follows. First, I'll briefly introduce the debate on responsibility sharing. In so doing, I hope to provide a general backdrop to my talk. Second, I will provide an overview of my research objectives and case study. Third, drawing on the case of Syrian displacement since 2011, I will look at the politics of refugee assistance, protection, and hosting in the Eastern Mediterranean as a battleground with key insights for understanding what Susan Martin frames as solidarity in abeyance. Here, I'll share with you some preliminary findings inspired by my field research. Fourth, and finally, I'll talk about the implications of these findings for the debate on responsibility sharing and its practice in the global refugee regime. I aim to speak for 40 to 45 minutes. First, what do we know about refugee responsibility sharing? If the international refugee regime is a public good that we can all benefit from, how do we then craft a common understanding of international solidarity on forced migration? A wealth of literature has already reflected on the conceptions and forms of refugee responsibility sharing. Notwithstanding this, we still lack a tangible legal and normative framework as to how states should share responsibility and cooperate over forced displacement. In reality, responsibility sharing remains a fuzzy and nebulous concept that has suffered from what we call conceptual stretching. Indeed, defining responsibility underlying causes of displacement through conflict resolution or peace building. In yet another perspective, donor states and organizations have often claimed that they are promoting global responsibility sharing through the external dimension of asylum. A case in point is the EU's attempts to enhance refugee protection beyond its borders by improving the asylum systems of host states, those that are hosting large refugee populations. Against this backdrop, many questions come to mind. How do we determine states' capacities and obligations? Is financial responsibility sharing sufficient to mitigate undue costs for host countries and communities? And does financial responsibility dispense states from geographical responsibility sharing? And to what extent are intermediate solutions that consist in boosting refugees' resilience and self-reliance in the interim aligned with the principle of responsibility? All of these questions have triggered really a heated conversation around the issue of fairness and effectiveness in responsibility sharing arrangements. My aim in this talk is neither to unpack those inconclusive debates nor resolve these definitional challenges. Rather, I'm interested in how the politics of responsibility sharing plays out on the ground and what rationalities and power logics shape it. To that end, and now on to the second part of my talk, I build on the case of widespread displacement from Syria as an important research site for studying what the politics of responsibility sharing looks like at work and in practice. As said, I will specifically look at the European Union's cooperation and refugee diplomacy with first host states in the Eastern Mediterranean, namely Lebanon, Jordan, and Turkey, as a revelatory case of responsibility sharing in abeyance. Historically, the Euro-Mediterranean space is characterized by high interdependency, long-standing collaborative ties, cultural, economic, political, but also by deeply conflicting logics of space-making and migration governance. In this field, multiple actors from informal power brokers, such as landlords, community leaders, governments, and supranational organizations have come together, albeit with different intentions, in so-called humanitarian and development venues around displacement. So against this backdrop, my talk departs from a central question. How have patterns of responsibility sharing unfolded in such a polycentric landscape where actors have cooperated but also clashed on responses to large-scale displacement, and what were the outcomes for people's lived realities? Now, let me set the scale of the challenge. The case of displacement from Syria is considered as one of the most complex and protracted humanitarian emergencies today. So while Europe received some 1 million asylum applications between 2011 and 2017, Turkey has received more than 3.7 million registered Syrian refugees. Jordan and Lebanon have on their own taken in 1.7 million displaced Syrians, and Iraq received smaller numbers. In this context, multiple stakeholders have rushed to devise collaborative responses to displacement. Some of these response plans, such as the UNHCR's refugee resilience plans, grew to become unprecedented funding appeals in the history of the Mediterranean. Despite the proliferation of refugee instruments, there is scholarly agreement today that the multi-level response to Syrian displacement has been profoundly complex and conflictual, so more of an uncoordinated mess. Today, refugees suffer from extreme legal precarity and poverty, and the issue of sharing responsibility over displacement has led to divided and securitized geographies across both shores of the Mediterranean. In addition, many local civil society, journalists, and grassroots actors have recently questioned why external actors, such as the EU, have invested so much money in the so-called Syria region, but achieved so little. So they have called for tracking where the money has gone. Some of the questions that have haunted local practitioners are, why have large-scale initiatives on refugee aid and protection, from UNHCR resilience plans to EU trust funds yielded so little effectiveness? And are there any lessons we can learn? So as I underscored, in the wake of Syria's war, about half of Syria's population has been displaced. Of these, 80% reside in neighboring countries, namely Lebanon, Turkey, Iraq, and Jordan. In summer 2015, as we all remember, as more than 1 million migrants and refugees crossed into Europe, displacement has triggered an intra-EU governance crisis on asylum policy making. Despite this, the EU has witnessed a renewed engagement in the countries that have served as places of refuge. So it has made of refugee diplomacy a core policy priority in the East Mediterranean and has linked it to a broader repertoire on responsibility sharing in the context of the Syrian war. Let me explain. The European Union's understanding of responsibility sharing is complex. Since its inception, the EU has developed a series of responsibility sharing initiatives within and beyond its borders. As I argue later, responsibility sharing within the EU's borders has an uneasy relationship with the responsibility sharing beyond the EU's borders. So within the EU's borders, the EU bases responsibility sharing on notions of cooperation and solidarity across member states. Examples of intra-European responsibility sharing are multifaceted. They range from the Common European Asylum System, the Temporary Protection Directive that has been activated for the first time in 2022, to a variety of asylum, relocation, and integration funds. Beyond its borders, and this is what I'm interested in the global refugee regime, the EU understands itself as a frontrunner in promoting global responsibility sharing based on the Geneva Refugee Convention and in close cooperation with the UNHCR, other relevant agencies, and non-EU countries. The EU operationalizes responsibility sharing as a broad and comprehensive process that not only includes refugee aid, but also efforts to build host countries' asylum systems and to address the very drivers that spur displacement in the first place. Actions range from refugee aid to resettlement, relocation, but they also revolve around twinning refugee assistance with development and trade aid in order to support host countries. And lastly, leadership in UN dialogues and mediation processes to stop the conflicts that spur refugee flight. In the Eastern Mediterranean, specifically, the EU has a long-standing legacy of cooperation on refugee solutions with its neighbors. So the 1995 Barcelona process and the 2004 European Neighborhood Policy have provided really the key regional and bilateral venues for the EU to negotiate on responsibility sharing around displacement with what it frames as its southern neighborhood. So in the specific context of large-scale displacement from Syria, the EU has scaled up its cooperation with countries that have hosted refugees, and it has characterized them as priority partners. To that end, it has developed a multidimensional response to responsibility sharing with both geographical, political, and financial dimensions. So let me just give a very quick overview. Geographically, the EU has pressed, of course, for refugee relocation and sharing quotas to host refugees on its territory, albeit with little success. So examples are, of course, the 2016 relocation and refugee sharing quotas. EU member states have also individually contributed to physical responsibility sharing. Take Germany, for instance. In addition to hosting many refugees, Germany encouraged private sponsorship for visas for extended family. It also suspended returns to Syria in April 2011. Politically, and with respect to addressing the drivers that have spurred displacement, the EU stepped up cooperation with the UN on a UN-mediated dialogue in Geneva. In line with Resolution 2254, it imposed sanctions on the Syrian regime and supported Syrians affected by the war. Regionally, it aimed to limit the regionalization of the Syria war that had multiple spillovers. Its main objectives have been twofold. First, combat the spread of the Islamic State threat through closer security cooperation, and second, stabilize neighboring countries through building the so-called resilience of refugee and host communities. Financially, the EU has been one of the top donors that aim to alleviate the pressure of displacement on regional hosting countries. It's worth noting here that the EU has positioned financial aid within a broader governance paradigm that aims at stabilization and resilience building. According to the EU, resilience building is set to enable both host and refugee communities, as well as host economies, to withstand shocks, bounce back, face adversity, and reinvent themselves. As many argue, in the absence of meaningful physical responsibility sharing initiatives, the EU's politics of resilience has evolved into the key avenue for sharing responsibility in the context of Syria's lethal conflict. Concrete instruments have been refugee compacts, regional trust funds, or contributions to the UNHCR's refugee resilience plans. What is, however, worth noting is that the EU acknowledges that the strategy of resilience building is tightly linked to the security of its own borders. So the revised 2015 European Neighbourhood Policy, for instance, acknowledges that making EU's neighbours more resilient against threats contributes to the security of the EU's own borders. So that the EU pragmatically links responsibility sharing with managing conflicts and migration from afar or from a distance is, of course, nothing new. What is, however, under research, and this is the question I'm specifically interested in, is how the EU's Eastern Mediterranean neighbors have interpreted and recalibrated the so-called pragmatic politics of responsibility sharing and what the strategy has meant for host states and communities, as well as refugees, in the shadow of the Syrian war. Historically, in the Middle East, much research has looked at the EU as a diffuser of refugee assistance and protection norms. Conversely, key regional hosting states have been traditionally portrayed as passive recipients of refugee hosting and protection templates and solutions. This is, however, changing, with seminal literature decentering the gaze and conceptualizing responsibility at the margins. From this perspective, there is much to learn about how the EU's southern neighbors have not only perceived, but recalibrated EU's discourses and actions on responsibility sharing, and what this has meant for the global refugee regime. Against this backdrop, and now onto the third part of my talk, I will explore the politics of responsibility sharing in the Mediterranean as a site of competing rationalities, colliding governance logics. Actors have engaged in multiple forums around the politics of refugee cooperation. Notwithstanding this, they have had different incentives, different motives driving the share of costs and responsibility over refugees. They have also derived different payoffs from this politics of refugee sharing. In my empirical analysis, as said, I will focus on the complex interactions between the EU and first host states, namely Lebanon, Jordan, and Turkey. So to probe into these divided and polarized sites of responsibility, I will explore three illustrative scenarios. The first situation is about the balance of power games in Syria's war, and how actors' interactions with this balance of power shaped the realities of responsibility sharing on the ground. More specifically, I will look at how actors' incentives to share costs and responsibility over refugees have been tightly entangled in Syria's conflict dynamics in a context of fractured geopolitics. So I'm going to give you a few non-exhaustive examples. Lebanon arises as a case in point. So Lebanon has collaborated with the EU in devising a wealth of refugee assistance and hosting tools. Yet in practice, the Lebanese state's entanglement in Syria's war has to a great extent shaped those initiatives and hollowed out much of their content. So the Syrian war and the ensuing large-scale displacement have had important spillover effects on the small state. To cut a very long story short, Lebanon has been divided since the departure of Syrian troops in 2005 in two political factions. On the one hand, we have had the pro-Syrian coalition led by the Shia-based party Hezbollah. On the other, the anti-Syrian coalition that's led by the main Sunni party called the Future Movement. So at the outset of Syria's war, Lebanese pro-Syrian factions hurried to denounce the war as an external conspiracy and sided with the Syrian regime. In 2013, Hezbollah proclaimed officially its military involvement in the armed conflict next to Iran and Russia. Conversely, anti-Syrian factions in Lebanon perceived the Syrian war as an opportunity to weaken the Bashar al-Assad regime. They hoped that a post-conflict Syria that's mediated by Saudi influence would enhance their interests and weaken their domestic challengers, i.e. Hezbollah. So in this context, the issue of the EU's politics of financial responsibility sharing became a strategic item that both factions used to derive geopolitical payoffs within the conflict. For instance, according to our interviews, political parties in Lebanon's pro-Syrian coalition have taken strong stances against the EU's continued funding of refugee stay. And this is to be read as a strategic measure to strengthen their alliances with the Syrian regime. This has also been read as a tactical measure to boost the tarnished legitimacy of the Bashar al-Assad regime. So refuting the argument that conditions in Syria are not yet suitable for refugee return has strengthened the narrative of a now victorious, of a now stabilized Syria that is able to welcome its citizens and engage in reconstruction. A case in point is Hezbollah's refugee return diplomacy. The Shia party, which has tirelessly worked towards the Syrian regime's survival, has been pushing for refugee return to the pro-regime safe zones to propagate the narrative of pro-Syrian forces' victory. Let's turn to Turkey, or Turkey. Turkey has negotiated with the EU various cooperation initiatives to ease the burden on host and refugee populations. In reality, the politics of burden sharing has evolved into a highly contentious item in Turkey's foreign and security policy. And I will give a few examples. Since 2016, Turkey has positioned the politics of refugee solutions, including safe and dignified return, within a broader geopolitical strategy that seeks to boost its interests in the Syria war and in the broader Middle East. So Turkey has engaged, as we know, in various cross-border operations, such as the Olive Branch and the Peace Spring, on the grounds that it is defending itself against the attacks from the Syrian Kurdish People's Protection Units and extremist militants. So in that regard, it has linked refugee returns and the creation of safe zones to the broader strategy of establishing demilitarized zones in North Syria. It has further drawn on the issue of IDPs in Syria as an avenue to brand itself as a post-conflict reconstruction actor by financing hospitals, livelihoods in camps. Regionally, despite conflicting interests, Turkey hosted in July 2022 a tripartite summit with Russia and Iran to set the tone on Syrian refugee return. So in this regard, as we can see from these examples, the Turkish state has drawn on various forums, either to shape conflict outcomes in Syria or to brand itself as a much more effective regional actor than the EU in alleviating the refugee burden. Jordan is yet another interesting case to look at. So Jordan has had a more coherent policy towards Syrian refugees than Lebanon. It has indeed welcomed the EU's financial aid tools, and its politics of refugee solutions with the EU has had, however, broader goals, as various scholars have demonstrated. So in the regional negotiations over Syria's conflict, the Hashemite kingdom has sought to brand itself as a stabilizing and reliable interlocutor that Western powers can rely on. So it's not only regional refugee hosting states that wanted to derive geopolitical payoffs. So as I mentioned earlier, the EU positioned its politics of refugee resilience building within an ambitious rhetoric on responsibility sharing. In reality, as many have argued, the EU has shied away from engaging with the core conflict issues. So the EU, as the most important funding source, has been called to act as a mediator between contending parties in the Syrian conflict, and also to reestablish the viability of governing institutions in first host countries such as Lebanon or Iraq. Yet the EU has emerged as a highly ambiguous geopolitical actor that has not really engaged with underlying conflict issues. Against this backdrop, its efforts of financial responsibility sharing have remained disconnected from a serious effort to engage with the drivers that have spurred and complicated displacement in the first place. Also, much work has argued that the EU's adoption of refugee resilience building as its main strategy has helped it relinquish and retreat from real responsibility. So resilience building has been here framed as responsibility through distanciation. Such strategies say a lot about Europe's understanding of its role as a regional actor in the Mediterranean, set to share responsibility over conflicts and their spillovers. As Nicolas de Genova has argued, and here I would like to quote him, the EU has mapped an image of itself that is confronted by crises originating beyond its borders. A Europe that is victim of unfathomable conflicts erupting elsewhere, derived from the incapacity or incompetence of others to adequately govern themselves. In this view, by shifting the blame for conflicts and for inept governance to the unsafe side of the Mediterranean, the EU shifts the responsibility of action in displacement and conflicts to its neighbors. So, in a nutshell, at a time when there was a lot of uncertainty about the balance of power in Syria, actors have drawn on various forums of refugee cooperation as windows of opportunity, either to shape conflict outcomes, extract geopolitical payoffs, weaken their adversaries, or deflect responsibility over refugees. It's not all about fractured geopolitics. And the second situation that I would like to turn to is the geoeconomics of burden sharing. So the political economy of displacement has generated indeed an incentive for actors on both sides of the Mediterranean to negotiate on sharing some costs and responsibility. So here they have bargained around some perceived mutually beneficial games of cooperation. Let me give a few examples. In 2016, the EU and Jordan signed a compact which stipulates that Jordan would create 200,000 jobs for Syrian refugees in return for the EU giving financial and trade concessions to Jordan. This is a key example as to how actors have cooperated on refugee solutions through the lens of transactional migration management. Still, the geoeconomics of aid has been heavily steeped in conflict and contestation. So in the light of the so-called leverage of the gatekeeper, states such as Turkey and Lebanon have drawn on the EU's need to contain the refugee challenge to lobby for more aid and concessions. A case in point is again the 2016 EU-Turkey deal. So the deal stipulates that all asylum seekers crossing from Turkey to the Greek islands will be returned to Turkey in exchange for massive aid and for major concessions, such as the EU restarting the process of Turkey's accession to the EU. Since then, we all know that the Turkish government has on numerous occasions leveraged the EU's fear that Syrians seek the path to Europe as a blackmailing strategy to extract more aid and concessions. A couple of months ago, amid Lebanon's financial collapse, some Lebanese policymakers have called on EU member states to cancel Lebanon's loans in the light of Lebanon's major burden sharing efforts and generosity towards refugees. So in that regard, the geoeconomics of burden sharing has provided really an opportunity of bargaining for host states to extract revenue and for the EU to meet its security objectives. Needless to say that such perceived mutually beneficial games of cooperation come at a high cost for refugee rights. Research has specifically denounced the logic of cooperation around creating refugees/financial/trade markets as a misnomer for responsibility sharing. The last illustrative situation that I would like to refer to, and that emerges as particularly important to the interlocutors I spoke to, is the following. Actors' struggles over how refugees are to be geographically managed in the shadow of Syria's armed conflict. So first host countries have emerged in the last years as embittered negotiators over the EU's regional refugee response. They have perceived it, according to our interviews, as a strategy to offshore problems to the Syria region or as a strategy of regional containment or warehousing. So in this context, however, they have not been passive implementers of the EU's solutions as traditional literature would argue. Rather, they have contested the EU's politics of building resilience where refugees are, albeit in different degrees and in accordance with their interests. So according to my research, contestation has taken two key forms. It has either revolved around daily discursive struggles, whereby first host countries such as Lebanon and Turkey would decry the EU's limited initiatives for increasing access to third country solutions. Contestation has also translated into everyday policy practices through which host governments that have signed refugee deals with the EU would dismiss such deals, partially implement them, manipulate deadlines, or renege on their previous commitments. Examples again abound. So in 2016, the Lebanese government signed the EU-Lebanon Compact, which allocates financial aid to Lebanon in exchange for the government facilitating the stay of Syrian refugees. Right after signing the compact, key political executives have reneged on the compact's commitments on the basis that it infringes on Lebanon's sovereignty, labor laws, and demographics, given that most displaced Syrians are Sunni Muslims. In yet another perspective, Jordanian policymakers have not rejected some of the EU's policy proposals as blatantly as their Lebanese counterparts have done. As a rentier economy, Jordan thrives on these external revenues. Yet, according to our interviews, the Hashemite kingdom has selectively implemented the refugee deals with the EU in a way that does not upset tribal and business leaders' preferences. Far from being inconsequential, contestation discourses and practices over burden sharing have had important outcomes. Through such discursive practices, I argue that first host states such as Lebanon have created a grand narrative justifying why they were withholding or reneging on their commitments towards refugee protection, why they wouldn't want to sign the 1951 convention, or why they would want to accelerate refugee returns. Most importantly, policy struggles have constructed the very idea of physical responsibility sharing as a contested terrain, whereby actors on both shores of the Mediterranean would mutually enact and co-constitute refugee hosting as a threat to their interests. So the EU would draw on the other shore of the Mediterranean as a theater of conflicts to justify closing borders, erecting fences, and first host states would draw on the EU's asymmetrical response to burden sharing as a pretext to justify their own practices. In the Arab Economic Summit that was held in Beirut in 2019, Arab leaders have accused the international community, including the EU, of abrogating responsibility as a key rationale for justifying calls for quick refugee returns to Syria. So I argue here that such struggles around distributing the burden of hosting and assisting refugees come at a high cost, not only for refugee rights, but also for the EU's credibility as a so-called frontrunner in global responsibility sharing. Time does not permit elaboration, but it goes without saying that all of the situations I mentioned require accounting for how ordinary people have interpreted and perceived such patterns of cooperation and conflict. One important point that has emerged from my field research is that refugees and host populations have perceived the EU's politics of resilience building as totally decontextualized from their histories and divorced from the history of conflicts and overlapping displacements in the region. In Jordan and in Lebanon, EU refugee instruments, which were specifically tailored for Syrian refugees, have stirred tensions between displaced Syrians and other forgotten communities, including Palestinians. I will turn now to a brief discussion of these findings. So I have explored some illustrative situations to explain how the politics of distributing the burden of hosting and assisting refugees has played out on the ground, how they intersected with geopolitical polarities and with the geoeconomics of aid. So just to give you a brief overview of my key findings. First, actors have indeed derived different payoffs across the forums in which they have negotiated on responsibility sharing. These payoffs are multifaceted. They range from perceived conflictual zero-sum games to perceived mutually beneficial games of cooperation. As I said, an example of a conflictual game would be that actors would draw on the politics of refugee hosting to strengthen one conflict party at the expense of another, or to form alliances that would seek to alter the balance of power in Syria's conflict. One actor's gain means another actor's loss. An example of a mutually beneficial game of cooperation would be that Jordan would get financial deals for hosting refugees and the EU would pursue its strategies of refugee governance from afar. Yet, as I have shown in my various examples, we really need to understand the drivers behind these perceived payoffs. Actors have had different incentives and motives to share or retreat from responsibility. These motives relate to a variety of factors, such as actors' perceptions of the extent to which responsibility sharing arrangements have intersected or clashed with their perceived security and political economy interests. Just gonna get a sip of water. So second, my preliminary findings indicate that the politics of responsibility sharing has become entangled on the ground with various conflict situations. So actors' motivation to share or retreat from responsibility has intersected with primary conflicts, namely Syria's war, with conflict spillovers, such as Hezbollah's or Turkey's intervention in Syria, and in yet a more complex perspective with the EU's geopolitical aspiration to remain disengaged from core conflict issues in the Middle East. A third finding is that the politics of hosting, assisting, and sharing refugees has generated and switched over into complex and mutually constitutive policy conflicts. So conflicting notions of refuge, assistance, and protection have not been inconsequential. They have consolidated refugee securitization as a style of governance in the Mediterranean, and they have also limited the normative power of outside actors to be able to promote refugee protection in the Syria region. Now to the fourth and last step in my talk. In the last couple of minutes, I will turn to the implications of this research. I wish to bring up some implications for understanding refugee responsibility sharing in practice, when collective action is undermined by asymmetries of power and geopolitical polarities. Moreover, I would like to evoke some broader implications for the way we understand responsibility sharing in the global refugee regime. So it is well established that burden sharing remains one of the greatest challenges in refugee policy. Literature argues that since most states must deal with refugees, they have overriding interest in devising common responses. At the same time, the motivation to share costs and responsibility remains weak. Most analysts argue that responsibility sharing remains much of an abstract principle. Yet, as I have shown in my talk, there is much to learn about what the politics of responsibility sharing looks like in practice and on the ground in different world regions. Some broader questions that emerge from my research and that might be applicable to some of the case studies you are working on are: what drives actors to cooperate or defect on responsibility in conflict-ridden environments? And how does the politics of responsibility sharing play out on the ground when power is dispersed among various sites of authority? How do actors negotiate issues of fairness amid stark power asymmetries? And how does the principle of responsibility intermesh with actors' balance of power games in lethal conflicts. To put it concisely, the EU and first host states have indeed developed a plethora of common responses. Yet, as I have shown, they have had different incentives to share responsibility. Actors have mostly collaborated when they have extracted utilitarian deals, such as the EU-Jordan Compact, or when they have been promised concessional loans and grants, as the Lebanon case shows. So transactional deal making has been a key motivating factor for cooperation. At the same time, cooperation on refugee politics has emerged as a hot button issue that different stakeholders have leveraged in order to derive international, regional, and domestic payoffs. So here, my findings resonate with broader scholarship that doubts the effectiveness of refugee cooperation arrangements in a context characterized by power asymmetries when actors specifically fail to agree on political solutions, putting an end to the very conflict-spurring displacement. And the Eastern Mediterranean is a good example to test this. So the EU draws on intersectoral issues from trade, capacity building to refugee resilience, but these attempts can really be seen as attempts of governmentality, attempts to manage or mitigate uncertainty, rather than genuine attempts to engage with the root causes of conflict and thereby share responsibility. Most importantly, I was interested in this talk in unpacking how hosting countries such as Lebanon or Jordan, usually perceived as uninfluential actors in the global refugee regime, how these actors recalibrate on an everyday basis the EU's practices of responsibility sharing. Various currents of thinking have traditionally focused on how actors in the so-called global south, global north, conceive and practice responsibility sharing. Yet we know little about how power and responsibility play out at the margins, as Ranabir Samadar would argue. Many agree that states placed at the periphery of the global refugee regime would have to take what's on offer. As my findings, however, hint, states do contest what is on offer in many ways that are yet to be explored. They draw on the divisive terrain of burden sharing to recast their sovereignty in the world order, or to denounce the EU's politics of resilience building as retreat from responsibility and disengagement from core conflict issues. So privileging this lens helps us to challenge the broader view of first host countries in the global south as passive and distant negotiators in responsibility sharing arrangements. Instead, as Rawan Arar and Robert Maley would suggest, as far as the politics of burden sharing is concerned, seemingly stronger states in the global north might become hostage to the wishes of refugee hosting states that are supposedly looking to please hegemonic powers. So beyond these specific remarks, what final implications for the global refugee regime? At a time when the UNHCR has declared that the aim of the Global Compact is to transform the way the world responds to large-scale displacement, what lessons can we learn today from the polarized, albeit deeply entangled geographies of responsibility in the Mediterranean? Do they have implications on the way we may rethink other crisis-induced waves of displacement from Ukraine, Venezuela, or Afghanistan? How do we negotiate issues of fairness amid wider disparities in the international system? And last but not least, when power is diluted among multiple centers of decision-making, how do we assign legal and moral responsibility, especially when displacement lingers in time with no end in sight for the refugee cycle? These are some questions I would like to leave you with. I will stop here. Thank you so much for listening to my talk, and I'm looking forward to your reflections and insights.
So we're going to have about 15 minutes for questions. Is that good? 15, 20 minutes? So the floor is open. Could you stand up, please? Actually, it's probably better to use the mic. This mic was supposed to be one that moves around. Maybe it does.
Thank you, Tamida. So really wonderful and nice to see the expansion of some of your earlier work. I have a few small project, but I have a relatively small question, but I hope can kind of, much of what you've been telling us about is really centered around the Mediterranean, around power asymmetries between the global North donor states and global South states. But as a Canadian who's been watching, you know, what's been happening in the Canadian-US border and the recent agreement struck between Biden and Trudeau to essentially expand the STCA to informal border crossings. I can't remember who said this, but I remember a commentator saying, you know, we're entering an era where most global migration is going to be governed by pacts and agreements, much more than it is about, you know, laws and rights.
Yeah.
And so I wonder, and that's not a global North, global South dynamic. So I wonder, you know, what are your thoughts on that sort of reflection about more broadly, sort of how forced migration in particular is increasingly governed by these state pacts and agreements, and whether you think, as you implied in the last slide, do you think there's something categorically or qualitatively different about these agreements when they're done with, you know, two global North states, or whether they're done across the global North, global South divide? Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you so much, Lama, for this question. That gives me a lot of food for thought. Of course, I looked specifically at the European Mediterranean space, and I was just interested in grounding responsibility sharing as an empirical site of investigation, and just to see, you know, how all of these push and pull dynamics play out on the ground, especially amid stark asymmetries. But I could have also looked at how Lebanon and Jordan cooperated, for instance, at the diffusion also of policy practices and responsibility sharing practices, whether there have been at all, whether there has been some diffusion of policy practices, how this has played out on the ground. So not necessarily confronting the EU with these countries, but also putting these countries in conversation with each other. And it's like you read my mind, because this is actually the continuity of this work, that I'm not going only to confront, you know, the EU with these first host countries, but I'm going to see, you know, what about responsibility sharing between these states. So from this perspective, I think, of course, that first of all, that the lens is important. It does not only happen between the global North and the global South, but actually with fluid geographies today, you know, this research can also speak to other realities, other geographies, other, let's say, contexts. At the same time, I do agree with you that the future of migration management lies in transactional deal making. There is a lot of, you know, the soft power, the soft law in terms of pacts, and we've seen it also growing with the way the EU is actually trying to devise migration compacts with African countries, Middle East countries, because this allows, you know, states in a way to abrogate accountability and responsibility. Absolutely.
Hi, Karolina Łukasiewicz. I'm from University of Warsaw, Center of Migration Research. Thank you for this very interesting presentation. Given the current situation in Poland, I was thinking, like, going back to the global North context, what do you think could be the implication for the current crises, and kind of similar in some way context what we currently discuss and observe in Poland is specifically the role of UNHCR, which very aggressively entered the local scene, and there is already a lot of discussions about power relations and bringing some colonial practices to this context. Do you see any connections or implications? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Absolutely. And this is a question we have been reflecting on. In one of the projects I'm working on, we are looking at responsibility sharing, trying to compare the issue of Syrian displacement with displacement from Ukraine. And we're trying to see whether we can methodologically compare them. You know, does this have purchasing power? Can we learn more about responsibility sharing, about how power dynamics are playing out. One thing that I can say, and that I have, and that many of the scholars and practitioners I'm working with, first of all, they were very euphoric about, the temporary protection directive and what's happening, regarding Ukraine. But now disenchantment is setting in, and a lot of people are flagging issues of precarity, lack of coordination, power asymmetries, turf wars regarding the UN agencies and how they are working, with displacement on the ground. So I think, that many of the questions I raise are emblematic, of broader issues that could speak to your case study. Absolutely.
There was a question. Oh, and then.
Hi.
Hi.
Maria Bermudez from UCI. It's a pleasure to see another Sciences Po team. Thank you very much for this talk. It's a challenge to try to unravel such a complex issue in such a short time. I've been observing since 2001 in the area of the Mediterranean a progressive externalization of asylum as the only way of migration and refugee management. Now, what has happened since 2016, from my point of view, is that this externalization of asylum has been institutionalized. And I wonder if you see any end of this institutionalization, because I don't. And I think that this is going to be the future and the only way of managing migration, which now we divide for political senses into refugees when we like them, forced migration if we don't really know what to say, and migrants if we really dislike them. Thank you.
Of course, I completely agree with you. And I think that maybe James' talk will shine a light on that a little bit more. I don't know, perhaps. But of course, I mean, so much work is currently focuses on, the effects of externalization. We have one scholar with us, Ahlam, who has just published on felt externalization, talking also about how externalization is not only felt institutionally, but, symbolically, but also at the body, it's also, it becomes something that is felt, that is very concrete in the way it touches people's lives and affects their everyday narratives and everyday ways of engaging with bureaucracies, but also with their networks and future. So absolutely. I mean, I don't want to be too pessimistic, but when it comes to the findings in my case study, of course, I do think that this is going to be in many ways the way migration and forced displacement will be managed. Now, the core question is there something that we can do about it? Is there something that we can do in order to denounce externalization or to make, states more accountable? What role does our research have? And I see myself, why I produce this work is that I would like to raise awareness. I would like to try to impact the conversation, what we can do as scholars who can influence policy. Is that possible at all?
David Fitzgerald, UC San Diego. I'm hoping that you can bring us up to speed on responsibility sharing or shirking within the Arab League framework.
Yeah, thank you. I talked about that in the graduate student workshop yesterday. And of course, I mean, when we talk about Syrian displacement, we cannot but talk about the Arab League. What has the Arab League done? Or also what has GCC, I mean, the Gulf Cooperation Council done? What have these two important supranational organizations or these two key regional bodies in the Arab world done? So my research shows that they have done little, right? The Arab League has done symbolic gestures. It has convened an Arab parliamentary vision initiative in order to protect, quote unquote, Syrian refugees' rights in the Arab world. But beyond these symbolic measures, because it is already riven by a lot of divisions and hostilities, and this is not only today, but historically, this is the way it has been. Unfortunately, Arab states were not able to agree on a common vision. They have not devised any common or collaborative resettlement solutions within the Arab world, because a lot of scholars and practitioners called for that, but this hasn't materialized. in a yet brighter perspective, I would like to say, because I was working on the migration compacts in the Arab region, and we've had a lot of interactions with Arab League officials, there has been more and more collaboration with the EU on what could a rights-based forced migration governance look like. So there has been deliberation. There has, according to them, the conversation has gotten to a higher level. But how much of this deliberation, how much has it led to concrete outcomes? To my knowledge, there hasn't been many, outcomes or initiatives. Also, if you talk about GCC, right, I mean, because the biggest critique is why haven't affluent states taken in refugees? And of course, we know that this has historical reasons, but also because, I mean, Gulf states were engaged and entangled in Syria's war dynamics. They were afraid that so-called, incoming Syrians would spell out trouble for their society. And they said openly, many Gulf officials said openly that they would rather contribute to the UNHCR budget, that they would rather, organize funding, pledge conferences, and instead of taking in physical responsibility over Syrian displacement. I don't think it's something new. I mean, historically, as the great scholar Charles Tripp has shown, the Arab League has been so many times divided and has been riven by rivalries, hostilities, but also it has been dominated by the authoritarian agendas of some states.
Thank you so much for this presentation. It was wonderful to see the comparison so, systematic and carried out throughout your presentation. I was thinking about how, what you are speaking against. And I started imagining all of the conversations around refugee burden and the ways in which discussions of the refugee burden essentially tend to homogenize what's happening across these states. And then that led me to considering, even calling it responsibility sharing assumes a kind of, moralistic aspect to states' responses to refugee displacement. So all of that got me thinking about the role of humanitarianism in theorizing about why states do what they do. And maybe this speaks in some ways to what Lema was asking about when we move from the thinking about the relationship between states in the global north and states in the global south versus, let's say, two states in the global north, how humanitarianism would play out or not there. So I was thinking about the institution of humanitarianism and essentially hiding some of the findings that you've brought to light. And I just wonder, how you would place that in this conversation, or how you would theorize that within thinking about, the ways that states are advocating for their own interests, right, in terms of these deals for these partnerships. Thank you. Really loved it.
Thank you, Rawan. Of course, these are fascinating questions. I mean, if I had more time, I would have elaborated on that. But I just wanted to add something that's important that drives my research is because we've interacted in the last years in Lebanon with so many NGOs, so many international organizations that actually came to tell the Lebanese state how it should act, right? And then the idea is that I was just trying to read also the Lebanese state, how to make it legible, or how to make, the Jordanian state also legible. So why do they act the way they do? Why do they actually thrive on these revenues, but also why do they try to draw on this divisive terrain of responsibility sharing in order to push for their own interests? So I was just interested in looking beyond, those actually humanitarian agendas, or just the international organizations coming and sharing policy templates and reading this politics of responsibility sharing through the lens of states' logics, governance rationalities, so as to try to understand why they act the way they do. And so one of my findings is that crisis is really constructed on a daily basis, right? The Lebanese state, the Jordanian state, they construct crises and they make them, perennial or pervasive in their infrastructures. And so it's interesting also to understand, responsibility sharing and shirking as something that is constructed and practiced and enacted on a daily basis.
Hello, I'm an undergrad at UCLA. I just had a question. You brought up a critical issue with negotiation for refugee protections, the leveraging of or the exploitative leveraging of refugees for geopolitical advantages. Can you speak to whether you see a possibility for an international policy innovation, perhaps by constraining national governments' actions that could change this trend of transactional deal making? Or do you see everything that's currently on the table as fundamentally just going to place refugees in the middle of self-interested governments with no opportunity for resolution thereof?
Yeah, thank you. That's a really great question. So what I would like to say, and this ties into my research, is that, for instance, when we look at the Middle East and specifically the issue of Syrian displacement, we see that the UNHCR, for instance, has tried to play a big role. It has tried really to evolve into a norm entrepreneur, to socialize refugee hosting states into what it is, protection, in order to also it tried to socialize the EU member states into, let's say, a more empathetic version of responsibility sharing. Despite that, the UNHCR could not provide a counterweight, to states' behavior. So I guess that if you look at it on the ground and you look at the behavior of the UNHCR and the amazing, initiatives in terms of responsibility sharing, refugee resilience building, which could, of course, be criticized. But if you look at them as one instance of trying to redirect the debate or try to make it fair, you see also that the UNHCR does not have much leverage when it comes to acting as a norm entrepreneur, but that it is forced in many ways to become a pragmatic actor because it relies on states' funding, but also because it relies, on states in order to be able to continue its raison d'être in the Middle East. So this is actually the paradox that we are dealing with. Where can a normative source, agenda setting source in terms of norms come in? So I don't know. I don't see much hope in this. If you look at geopolitical polarities and the way international organizations actually are pragmatically entangled into this game, I just don't see it happening anytime soon in the case of Syrian displacement.
Any other questions? Oh, yes.
Aletia Fernandez de la Reguera from UNAM, Mexico. Hearing your presentation, of course, it has a lot of parallelism with Mexico and shared responsibility with the US. And we're always thinking, Turkey at least received a lot of money, and we don't know how Mexico is bargaining with the US with this shared responsibility. And my question is about if you could explain in the case of Lebanon, the emergence of actors in this shared responsibility. In the case of Mexico, the shared responsibility has brought the emergence of new actors, of course, the UNHCR, but I would differentiate between militarization and securitization in charge of the Mexican state, but all social protection, humanitarian aid in the hands of local NGOs with very few resources, sometimes local governments, and especially international organizations. So what is the case of Lebanon, if we can imagine which actors are doing what in this shared responsibility paradigm? Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't want to compare Lebanon and Mexico because they have different historical trajectories and political systems. As you know, Lebanon has the sectarian power sharing, the consociational system in which religious communities share power. And at the same time, Lebanon has a very fragmented political system in which, you know, formal and informal governance coexist. So, for instance, the political parties could sit as formal actors in parliament. However, in their community, they are called the zu'ama, or the informal, you know, power brokers, or the sectarian gatekeepers. So what I wanted to say is that with since the onset of Syrian displacement, there has been really a plethora of actors that were trying, you know, to thrive on the funding theme, that were trying actually to gain more leverage in terms of setting the agenda or decision-making processes, policy-making processes, from municipalities to local leaders, landowners. So it's very hard, like, to kind of delineate it or talk about a specific set of actors. I mean that many scholars here in the room, including Lama with us, you know, they have already demonstrated how fuzzy the landscape of crisis making in Lebanon has been when it comes to understanding how Syrian displacement has been regulated and governed.
Anybody else? Okay. Well, you could please join me in thanking John Grant.
Thank you so much.
So our next speaker is James Hathaway, and he is the Deegan Professor of Law Emeritus at the University of Chicago. And he has a plethora of publications, including more than 100 journal articles, book chapters, and studies. A leading treatise on the refugee definition, the first edition of the Law of Refugee Status, came out in 1991, and a second edition in 2014 with M. Foster. Also an interdisciplinary study of models for refugee law and the rights of refugees under international law. Also the first comprehensive analysis of the human rights of refugees set by the UN Refugee Convention and the International Bill of Rights. He's a founding editor of the Cambridge Asylum and Migration Studies, and he also regularly advises and provides trainings to academics, non-governmental, and official audiences around the world. So we are very pleased to welcome you.
While we're getting set up, I'll just thank Gail and Roger for the invitation. One minor correction, I'm actually at the University of Michigan. We're not far from Chicago, but still, you know, more or less independent of. It's true. But you know, Chicago's a great town. The prior presentation had 4 parts. Mine only has 3, so I'm much less significant. And I just want to give you a sense of where I'm heading. And then maybe we'll even have some audio visual to play with. The 3 points I'm going to make are these. The first thing I want to do is to give you a sense of where I think the global refugee regime is heading over the next couple of decades. Second, I want to engage with the really quite wonderful book by Rowan and David, but from a critical optic. I think the book is astounding as a description of what they actually call refugee dump. I think I would have used that in the title. It's a book about the entirety of the refugee universe, more than it is about a system, in my view. But I think my worry about the book, and I say this, you know, as a friend, is that when the book departs from description and moves to a normative position, I think it takes some positions that will give comfort to those who are not friends of refugees. The third point I want to make is to give you some sense of where I think we might usefully go in terms of a future trajectory for refugee protection, assuming that we can resist, and I think this is really quite important, the dilution of refugee protection that would come from the really quite extraordinary expansion of refugee status that the book by Rowan and David recommends. So let me begin at the beginning. As a lapsed Catholic, everything comes in threes. First of my 3 points, what does the next bit of time look like? 3 things I think are not going to change. The first, and you heard David mention this term this morning, a term I coined some time ago, non-entrée. International lawyers like to be funny. We make weird little jokes about French words. Many of you will know the core norm of international refugee law is known as non-refoulement. You shall not send the refugee back. I suggested some time ago that the actual core norm of the refugee system as it exists today is non-entrée. You shall never let the refugee in. Now, what I mean by that is a combination of states formally signing on to treaties that provide for rights of access and protection, but in substance, throwing one barrier after another in the way of anybody who actually wants to use the thing that they've signed on to. Visa controls, carrier sanctions, first country of arrival rules, safe third country rules, safe country of origin designations, externalization, even the excision of territory by Australia and others. These have all been with us for decades, and they are not going anywhere. In fact, states of the global south are learning from the global north and emulating their really quite horrific example. So that's a first point that I think we need to start from. This is the reality on the ground. Second thing that I think is not going to change is the pattern of non-accession to the UN refugee treaties, the convention and protocol that define who is a refugee and what their really quite extraordinary rights are. UNHCR has accused me of being, their word, not mine, an evangelist for the Refugee Convention. I wear that badge with great honor. I think this is perhaps the smartest human rights treaty ever devised, and we move away from it at our peril. We will never have anything remotely close to this again in the current political environment if we do not safeguard it, if we do not expand its scope. And yet here we are, 70 years after that treaty came into force, and 1 out of every 4 countries is still outside the regime, including 4 of the 10 most important refugee receiving states: Bangladesh, Lebanon, Pakistan, and Turkey. Most tragically, and I think this needs to be said, the pace of accession to those treaties has essentially died. This is one of the most fundamental responsibilities in its statute of the UNHCR, and yet the agency has managed to get a grand total in the last decade of precisely 1 new country to sign on. Now, what that means is that when a quarter of the world, including 4 of the 10 most important refugee receiving states, stand outside the body of law that regulates both entry and protection, it means that even if you can get past the non-entrée barriers, what you're likely to meet is at best being treated as the objects of discretion, and far too often being treated as an absolutely entitled to nothing. And sadly, non-accession by these 1 states out of 4 may be a profoundly intelligent policy choice by those states to the extent they find themselves exposed to significant refugee flows. After all, why would anybody, any state that views itself as vulnerable, bind itself to grant refugee rights when the world community obligates itself to provide those states with absolutely nothing by way of guaranteed support in return. And that relates to my third point. The third thing I do not expect to change is the failure to complete the burden and responsibility sharing project envisaged by the drafters of the convention. It's in the preamble. It was the intent of the drafters 70 years ago that the treaty be complemented by a system to share burdens and responsibilities, but that has never happened. And by the way, I want to diverge slightly from the last presentation on this so you understand what I'm saying. I speak about burdens and responsibilities in the way that the Nordic scholar Astrid Sirka speaks about them. Burdens means money, responsibilities means people. You do not amalgamate the two. You do not buy out protection responsibilities by calling all of that, as the EU now does, responsibility sharing. States have an obligation to share the costs of protection. They have a distinct and non-negotiable responsibility to protect human beings. What has happened in Turkey, and again, I'm sorry if this is overly blunt, is not an example of responsibility sharing. Turkey isn't even a party to the modern refugee regime. You cannot share responsibilities with someone who hasn't got any. What it is a blatant buyout. 3 billion euros became 6 billion euros that enabled Europe to wash its hands of people that it knew were not going to be granted educational rights, work rights, healthcare access rights, and indeed at times were going to be refouled right back to Syria. It was an illegal transaction that amounted to aiding and assisting in the violation of international law, and to call that responsibility sharing is, I think, simply really, really misleading. What we need is a true global regime of responsibility sharing. So it's not the rich states sharing with the rich states and the poor states sharing with the poor states. This system, the drafters knew, was not going to work unless there was a way of overcoming the fact that presumptive responsibilities arise by virtue of accidents of geography. Who's in the wrong place at the wrong time? I mean, ask Pakistan about that. The convention acknowledged that we had to do this. And yet, again, 70 years later, here we are with most of the world's refugees living in poorer countries, with nothing more than dribs and drabs of poorly timed discretionary funding going to those inadequately resourced states, and 75% of the world's refugees stuck in protracted refugee situations, meaning they've been waiting for at least 5 years with absolutely no prospect of a solution in sight. And what did the dear UNHCR offer by way of a solution to this dilemma? To this horrible predicament that was prognosticated by the drafters of the convention, that they've known about from the beginning of the agency, even at the height of the so-called Syrian crisis, when not only Angela Merkel, but many other first world political leaders were engaged and ready to do something meaningful. Instead, UNHCR trots out its crappy little global compact on refugees. By the way, note the title, Global Compact on, not for refugees, on refugees. Refugees were the problem to be fixed, not the constituency whose interests were to be advanced. This accord contains not one binding obligation other than the agreement of states to get together for meetings, and more meetings. And that's all they've done. It has done zero to ensure justice for the poorer states that receive most refugees, much less to guarantee practical solutions for refugees. And this politically fungible approach is, quite frankly, not only something that is very attractive to rich states and others keen to avoid refugees, but is very attractive to a UN refugee agency who is keen to stay busy, politically relevant, and hence funded. The bottom line of where I see us staying for at least the next couple of decades is what I call the delegalization of the global refugee regime. While the Refugee Convention and Protocol will still be trotted out anytime it's expedient, the day-to-day reality will be politically malleable. And yes, there are going to be moments of, collective goodwill, the reception of Ukrainians perhaps being the most recent example. But at its core, the vision of this regime, which was a binding non-negotiable definition of a refugee that no one can change. Secondly, a catalog of rights that is more advanced than any other human rights treaty that has come since, including particularly on socioeconomic rights. And third, a binding regime to share burdens, costs, and responsibilities, people. That's not going to happen. Now, to the second point, the critique of Rowan and David's book. Reading the book, you might be tempted to imagine that this process of delegalization is a good thing. While the authors do very carefully concede that definitional specificity may be needed in the realm of what they call applied policy, it's very easy to lose sight of that caution in their crusade to dislodge what they call the over-reliance on policy categories. At a purely scholarly level, and if you're simply attempting to describe what is happening out there, I think an approach that looks broadly at this interactive connections that they set out in the book is brilliant and beautiful. But it is not the case, despite their protestations, that this book remains at that level. It is highly normative, not only in the concluding chapter, but as we heard this morning, throughout many of the earlier chapters. It is, quite frankly, a policy prescription masked in the clothing of a descriptive account. That is where it becomes, in my view, quite dangerous. And I want to show you quite specifically where I think, in particular, their approach to the definition of who is a refugee will lead us into a path that will give real comfort to those who seek to destroy the refugee regime in the way I've just described. So let's look first, and I'm a lawyer, I like words. I want to take their words seriously and carefully. So this is from page 241 of their book. They ask, what would a definition of refugees look like if it put the interests of vulnerable individuals rather than the interests of states at its center? From the perspective of a displaced person, the threat of violence is what is relevant, and it matters less whether one has crossed an international border. It would also not matter as much who is the source of the threat, an invading state, despotic persecution, and targeted or ubiquitous street crime are all sources of violence. By the way, this morning, the question was, did they speak to private violence? And they do. I give them full credit for speaking to that clearly. The populations that need protection include those who cannot leave because of barriers to exit or entrance, those who are threatened by violence, but who stay in their place of origin to try to manage the many risks to a household, and those who repatriate, but then become internally displaced, right? So importantly, I want to start, and I do want to recognize that the authors share my ethical position as a baseline, right? That putting the interests of vulnerable individuals first is what we are required to do, at least as soon as we move into the normative direction. And as scholars, if we're not willing to do that, I think we need to make that clear. But this book shares what has motivated me my entire career, the idea that vulnerable individuals come first. And yet, for reasons I'll try to develop briefly, I think their preferred approach does not actually do that. It may surprise some of you that the standard that they offer that you see on the screen is both narrower and broader than the current international benchmark for refugee status. Alan pointed to some of these questions earlier this morning. As in the case of the definition first developed by Zollberg and colleagues, the authors insist that violence, and focus on this, violence is the sine qua non of refugiehood. Yet the classic definition that they disparage of being persecuted is, at least outside of the United States, and the United States is a pathetic example of a state party that does not live up to its obligations. So much of their legal analysis is, to my view, it's odd in a book that is so global in focus that much of the legal analysis is very Amerocentric. If you step outside the United States, the idea of being persecuted is actually a hell of a lot broader than violence. A risk of being persecuted is, in the eyes of leading courts, the UNHCR, regional courts in the European Union, the Organization of American States, linked simply to a risk to core human rights, plural, with no super added or narrowing to the notion of violence. So, for example, under the current definition, as practiced in the majority of states, somebody not subject to violence, but who, for example, cannot enjoy the right to free speech, cannot enjoy the right to work, cannot receive education, all of those people are now entitled to refugee status under the UN refugee definition. It seems to me that all of them would be left out under the violence threshold, which certainly sets a much higher barometer. In what sense, then, does that put the interests of vulnerable individuals at the center when it actually deprives a lot of contemporary beneficiaries of protection? The posited definition also fails to recognize that, at least outside of the United States, the idea of recognizing those who are at risk of threat from non-state actors really is just nothing new. This has been around for at least a quarter century. I first, I think, proposed this in 1991. By the year 2000, all the major courts of the world were on board. This is not rocket science. Nothing wrong in repeating it, I guess, but there's certainly nothing in it that pushes us in any kind of a new direction beyond where we would actually go. What is new and what is different is for what is in red here. It just really doesn't matter whether you've crossed a border or not, effectively eradicating the distinction between refugees and internally displaced people. Indeed, it doesn't just do that. It goes farther and actually eradicates any requirement for movement at all, at least if somebody might have wanted to move. I don't know how the hell we're going to assess that. Indeed, a refugee is said even to include someone who has thought about it, but decided not to move. So the bottom line, truth be told, is that the definition advanced here is, if we're honest, is essentially impossible to distinguish from the more common notion of people who face one particularly bad kind of human rights abuse called violence. And that rather than any notion of movement, which has always been a critical part of the notion of refugeehood, movement of some kind, we're just going to leave it by the wayside and redefine as refugees all prospective serious human rights victims whose predicament could be called exposure to violence. Seems awfully big and amorphous to me. So putting to one side my concern about violence being an overly narrow notion, this equation of refugeehood with the exposure to risk of violence might seem, to some of you at least, possibly more progressive than where we are. But I want you to think about what will actually come of this, in my view. My concern is that this massive enlargement of the refugee class, anybody who might ever have thought about moving due to violence, making it essentially coterminous with this massive category of serious human rights victims, wherever they are and whatever their mobility, is so sweeping that states will just say, oh, to hell with this. It's too big to fix. In other words, giving them a pretext for inaction. And if you need proof of that, just look at what the world community gives to human rights victims writ large right now. That category into which we're about to dump all refugees. By essentially collapsing refugees into the broader human rights category, remember, the argument is to include as refugees not only IDPs, but even people threatened with violence who haven't moved. The proposed definition would essentially condemn all present-day refugees to the hellish lowest common denominator of what the world offers that broader class. Put simply, that is selective charity and lots of pious pontification, but not much more. I'm not sure how I see that as any sense advancing the interests of the human beings concerned. And that relates to my second concern, which is the fundamental one. It is just not the case that expanding the definition in this way is going to lead to more protection. And if that's what we're after here, and I accept that the authors are committed to that, as am I, then this massively broadened definition is not going to get us there. While it is true that a diffuse, nearly boundless definition focused on exposure to violence might reflect the subjective perception of some affected persons that they are refugees, it's not going to get them what they're after, which is protection. Aaron Fitzgerald argued, quote, "It would be misleading to use an individual's legal description to explain her social conditions beyond those that are produced by the categorization itself." But with all due respect, my experience is that what matters to refugees is rarely whether a designation explains their social condition. We as academics might be curious about that. But what refugees care about is not that. What they care is whether the status produces practical, concrete results in the form of protection and respect for human rights. And that's what is not going to come from this definition. Every year, quite frankly, and I'm sorry to play my evangelist role here, but I am going to do it. We've got to remember that every year, more people get protection of their human rights through refugee law than through all of the other international human rights systems for women, for children, for torture, all of those put together. This is the world's most powerful self-actualizing system for the vindication of human rights. We cannot afford to jeopardize it. If we do so, we are aiding and abetting the states that I described earlier who are not keen to vindicate refugee rights. Some of you will, I'm sure, be familiar with the work of Robert Barsky of Vanderbilt University, a professor of English, who's worked at the intersection of law and literature and English and law, which is a fabulous place to work, I think. Barsky's first book, which he called Constructing a Productive Other, made the point that what refugees actually seek and what they need is to bring themselves within a legal concept that enables them to secure a new life. Refugees are more than willing, in my experience and in Barsky's analysis, to truncate the account of their lived lives if that's what it takes to get what they need to get on with their lives, the rights to mobility, to work, to educate their kids. No, it's not ideal that they should have to do that. But I understand why refugees prefer that approach to the alternative of easy entry into a generous refugee category that produces little, if any, for them. So my plea to you is to recognize the importance of validating and working with the productive legal category of refugee status, at least outside of the United States. That construct has evolved over the last couple of decades in multiple positive directions. For example, and I want to be clear about this because these issues are raised this morning, it is already orthodoxy that those at grave risk of socioeconomic harms, including the ability to work, are refugees. It is already orthodoxy that those fleeing failed or simply incapacitated states as much as aggressor states are refugees. It is orthodoxy that to embrace people at risk of human rights abuse because of their sex or sexuality or class is protected. And yes, it is already evolving, not completely settled, but evolving in multiple courts, that at least many of those who flee environmental degradation or other climate-induced harms are as much refugees as those threatened for traditional political reasons. It is not appropriate to critique the category without understanding its current place in the world, which looks very different than it might appear simply reading the words in the treaty. That's sitting on my screen, but it's not up there. Can you help? Thank you. So I understand that one of the criticisms, and I take it seriously, is that yes, that definition that I am positing to you as extraordinary valuably does require border crossing. But I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that makes sense. If you actually look at what refugee status delivers, and it amazes me how many lawyers and quite frankly, UNHCR officials have never read the whole Refugee Convention. This is not an abstract treaty about sociological refugees. This is a treaty about people who are outside their country because they have no choice but to be outside their country, and for that reason are disfranchised. Focus on the last words. It gives people rights that enfranchise them in a new place. People who are still inside their own country do not need to be enfranchised within their own country as a matter of law. As a matter of pragmatics, yes. But as a matter of principle, they already have that entitlement. This simply equalizes the playing field for those who are outside the bounds of a state of which they are members. And that is an important goal because we do not yet have the tools, much less the political will, routinely to intervene inside states to stop the harm. Until and unless we've got that, we have no business shutting down the one viable escape mechanism we have, which is once you cross a border, our ability to protect you is absolute. There is no impediment to protecting you. When you're inside the bounds of your state, there are lots of impediments. So if and when we get past those impediments, we can get rid of border crossing as a criterion, but we're not there yet. And to blather on about IDPs as the equivalent of refugees is to misunderstand the purpose of the regime. So I think refugee status, to go back to a discussion this morning, is and should be special. It's special because it identifies a category of people whose basic dignity is infringed in ways that we as a world community have said are inviolable, and they are people who are within our protective grasp, and hence the moral imperative to do what we can to respond to that degradation, to my mind, arises. It is both right and doable. And to ignore the doable is, I think, to effectively dilute protection and make it a rhetorical commitment and not a practical one. So let me come to the last point of my trilogy, very briefly, to suggest to you what I think we should be pursuing. And again, I want to make clear, I do not believe there is any value in expanding the convention refugee definition as a matter of text. I believe that the interpretive expansion that has been ongoing for decades and is continuing is the right way to avoid having to renegotiate a treaty that we would never get again. What can we do to keep it alive? The first thing, and again, remember my point, that responsibility sharing, in my view, pace Ostri Circa, is not about money. That's burden sharing. Responsibility sharing is about actually admitting the human beings who need a place to live in safety. We need a regional / interest convergence group responsibility sharing push is my. I've argued for decades that we should have this at the global level, and I wish we could get there. Sadly, I think scholars like Michael Ignatieff, who've, as many of you will know, have argued that the commitment to global human rights is depressingly, perhaps tragically thin, are, I think, probably right. I think our species has failed to recognize the humanity of others in a fully comprehensive way, but to pretend that that is not what is happening is simply to engage in wishful legal thinking, and I don't do that. The world we live in is not big and embracing enough to recognize that we should share the responsibility to protect all human beings. Remember, 85% of the world's refugees are in less developed countries. I mean, I don't mean to make a big deal about it, but if the US shut down tomorrow, it would look nasty as a matter of principle, but the asylum capacity of the world would go down by less than 2%. It's just not enough to get all in and out about. What we need to be thinking about is how the world works. So while we have not, thanks to UNHCR's ridiculous global compact, got any realistic prospect of a global responsibility sharing regime, we do thankfully have a lot of good examples of human responsibility sharing, not EU Turkey buying out people for money crap. We have lots of really good examples of true responsibility sharing. For example, states of the global South admitting massive numbers of Afghans from Pakistan, millions of Palestinians in Arab states for more than half a century, Colombia welcoming more than 1 million Venezuelans, the speedy rollout by the European Union of protection for the Ukrainians, whatever we may think of the modalities. In each of these cases, shared ethnicity, politics, religion, history, some combination of these has engendered an openness to the admission of refugees from within the host country's own region, even if the protection has been imperfect. As confronting as it is for globalists like me to say it, the truth is we don't yet live in a world where all refugees are seen as equally worthy of protection based simply on their predicament. So we better grab on to what we've got, which is states that see connectedness of some kind, what Alex Neve and I called interest convergence groups, not just regional associations, but for example, states with a shared history or former colonizers bound to their former colonies or linguistic or religious affiliations that straddle geographical divides. The bottom line is we make human responsibility sharing work within regional and sub-regional associations to the extent that it can, and we make it binding. The current application of protective responsibility based on accidents of geography, with just 10 mostly poor countries hosting 2/3 of the world's refugees, isn't sustainable. If you think it's going to keep happening, you're wrong. They're learning from us. I mean, Pakistan just finished erecting a 2,600-kilometer fence along its border with Afghanistan. Do you think they can be counted upon to admit Afghans the next time the need arises? If there is no responsibility sharing, there will be no access. Secondly, what I think is realistic at a global level is at least burden sharing, which burden does come more closely to what was described wrongly by the EU as responsibility sharing. It's not, it's burden sharing at best. I think the sharing of money, resources like that is something that can be actually agreed to at the global level. It's to replace the ridiculous model of selective charity that we have right now. It's a more straightforward form of binding extra-regional contribution, has fewer domestic political risks than the admission of people. And quite frankly, if properly conceived, and by that I mean what Europe has not done, that any support is conditional on respect for refugee rights, no equivocation. If we actually insist on that principle, then it can be a protection enhancing mechanism for refugees, in addition to its obvious core goal of advancing interstate equity. The current system, and I just want you to listen to this number and think about this. The current system under which rich countries spend 4 times as much every year to determine the asylum claims of less than 15% of the world's refugees. 4 times as much as is available to fund the needs of the other 85% in poor countries. That is not even on the ethical Richter scale. And that has got to end. I think that rechanneling the funds out of domestic asylum, which is not a productive enterprise, and into global burden sharing is the only way we're going to keep asylum for the majority of refugees alive. The third and the most ambitious, if in my view still plausible plank, is to add a modest layer of human responsibility sharing to the core of regional responsibility sharing supported by global burden sharing. And here we draw on international environmental law's norm of common but differentiated responsibility to imagine extra-regional states being persuaded to bind themselves, not the blather of the global compact on refugees. But I think there is enough insurance-based logic here to convince rich states to bind themselves to resettle a regular flow of refugees, in particular, those out of protracted refugee situations, in order to keep capacity alive in the states in refugee regions of origin that do most of the work. Moving resettlement out of the purely discretionary and episodic place it now lives to become, in my model, the core of the protection duty of those of us farther away from refugee flows, would, I think, be a manageable means for countries further from those flows to nod in the direction of convention duties, as well as to keep faith with the states that do most of the work. At the end of the day, this is a decidedly modest proposal, at least if compared to the model that the team of 100 or so scholars I led 2 decades ago devised, and which UNHCR chose to dump upon. But as a matter of principle, a comprehensive option, while the best for all concerned, for wealthy states, for poor states, and for refugees, just isn't going to happen, thanks to UNHCR's botched global compact effort, which conceded defeat on the broader agenda even before it was attempted. I think we are entering a space where if we truly do, as again, I know the authors of the book and I share, if we truly believe in keeping faith with the human beings who are refugees themselves, then the perfect may indeed be the enemy of the good, and the least bad option may be to insist on the value of a relatively thin but still clearly binding universal legal net that supports a much stronger legal protection regime embedded in regional and other interest convergence groups. But let me reiterate that even this modest proposal will be impossible, in my view, if we demand that the refugee regime become, in effect, a generic anti-violence regime. So my plea to you is, as we move from description to normative proposals, to keep in mind that we ought not to condemn ourselves and particularly refugees to a Sisyphean pursuit. That means building on the really quite miraculous refugee definition that 3/4 of the world's governments have already accepted, and focusing our efforts on finding practical mechanisms to share out the burdens, money, and the responsibilities, people, so that all refugees, wherever they are from, wherever they travel, are positioned in practical terms to get on with rebuilding their lives. Thank you very much.
I don't think we're going to let you go away. I'm hoping you're willing to entertain a discussion here. And I think given the terms of debate that are already on the floor, I'd actually like to invite David and Rowan to maybe respond to some of this, comment on this if you'd like.
I don't think so, David. Turn it up towards your face a bit.
Thanks. And thanks to Jim for the careful reading, and also it wouldn't be evident from the discussion today. He was kind enough to share some of his remarks in advance. But what I find puzzling about the reaction is that we actually don't set out to call for a legal change in the definition. We certainly don't set out to call for some kind of new refugee treaty that would look quite different, which is why we spend an entire chapter talking about different definitions of refugee, the sociological definition that you just shared, as well as the classical realist, the school with which I identify you, and then the expansive realists who do want a legal regime that would include IDPs, that would include people who move because of climate-induced changes and so forth. In fact, are thinking about these issues, and also the related issue, which you haven't brought up yet in this discussion in this hour, are refugees migrants, or are refugees different from other migrants? And we were quite taken with an article that you wrote some years ago to the effect of
refugee law is not immigration law.
Right, refugee law, and one about refugee studies and forced migration studies. Can't we just date? And you had this metaphor of we shouldn't have a marriage of these different bodies of knowledge because they have different purposes.
Yep.
And we were taken with that. And so we think that it is useful to have a broad sociological definition of refugees because it lets us see all of this change historically of people who haven't been within a legal category at a given moment. But certainly when it comes to doing legal work, when it comes to having a treaty between nations, when it comes to designing the remit of an agency like the UNHCR, it's necessary to put some boundaries on it. And then there can be debates about exactly what those boundaries would be. But when we're talking about a refugee-centered definition or a forced migrant-centered definition and that expansion, that's about a sociological understanding, certainly not a legal understanding, at least speaking for myself.
Right.
Really enjoyed that. Thank you.
You did not. Come on.
I did though. Well, I think it's because we really do have the same goals in mind. And it's been, a commitment for a really long time. And so thank you. Thank you for the read and thank you for the comments. I think what I would add to what David just said is, I think when we were considering the scope of what to include, we were also thinking about how refugees understood their own experiences. And if I focus specifically on, your really interesting points about what happens if we remove the notion of crossing into another state, how that affects protection. I mean, absolutely, I understand that. And I also think that you had a line in terms of, the perfect being the enemy of the good, and also how that might dismantle this legal regime. And again, not our goal. But I do think that when you talk to people about their experiences, crossing the border becomes a part of the story, but not the whole story. And one of the goals was to one of the ways in which we have bridged these things is by talking to people and thinking about how they understand their own experiences. And so I guess that's where I would push back a bit too, is how crossing the border becomes, maybe is more of the interest of, or in the interest of those who want to provide legal protections, which I understand and respect, but I don't think that that becomes the primary way in which people understand their own lives and their relationships with people back home.
And let me thank you both for typically generous responses. And I want to be clear, and I think I said at the beginning, I think as a descriptive account, and again, I prefer the term that you use, that you invent, refugeedom, I think the book is brilliant. And I also, when I began reading it, I was actually comforted by the fact that you were quite explicit at the beginning that this was not really a normative book, that this was not a policy book. This was, in fact, to provide a picture in a more integrated, holistic way than had previously been offered. I think from my optic, the problem is that you actually do frequently stray from that in the various chapters in ways that appear quite normative. And certainly the concluding chapter is really about where we should go from here, which I don't think follows from the accurate sociological account of the way things look right now. The problem, I think, is that assuming that your account is correct, and I have no reason to believe it's not, I actually found it quite convincing. Even if it is correct as a matter of self-perception of refugees, or broader from a top-down sociologic camera sort of focusing on the world of refugeedom, I think we've got to, in my view, focus on the fact that for better or for worse, again to quote Barsky, this is a productive category. For all of its narrowness, it does more than all of the other human rights regimes put together. And while I know it's not your intent, I absolutely know it's not your intent, I also know, having spoken to a few policymakers, that they are really comforted by this because they view it as effectively making the point that this is big and messy and complicated. And oh my God, it's even bigger than we thought it was. How the hell are we going to fix that? And so they will do as little for refugees as they've traditionally done for human rights victims writ large, which is what you largely equate refugees to. So that's my worry, is not that your project itself is in any sense misconceived. I've actually given it to my students as a way of explaining how to understand where we are. But I think it is dangerous to cross from the descriptive to the normative in ways that may not take account of the critical specialness of refugee status as the only thing we've got to produce protection for people who haven't got any other option. That's my worry.
So now I'm imagining an alternative in which at different junctures throughout the book, what we could have done is go back and reflect on what is lost. I mean, so essentially we start off by talking about this as a sociological approach, and then trying to say, this is what we're doing, this is what exists. We're not trying to interrupt that. And I hear what you're saying in terms of taking normative positions throughout, although I don't think at least that was our goal.
I know.
But now that we're having this conversation for edition number 2, which is our running show, maybe what needs to be done is at certain junctures go back and say, be explicit about that and also note what is being lost or what would potentially be lost if one were to assume the sociological position over the legal position in a way to capture what you're saying while also maintaining this.
And while, I have real sympathy for anyone who's being told after they just published a book that they should get going on the second edition. drives me insane. So you have my, heartfelt, I think maybe at some point, just an article. It doesn't need to be a whole new book, but that simply explains where it may be the case that normative implications being drawn from what was not intended to be a normative prescriptive volume would be false. It would not be where you were headed. What you were seeking, as I understand you at least, maybe I've got this wrong, but what I said to my students was, this is a magnificent account. And I don't view it actually, it's funny, I don't actually view it as, despite your title, as a refugee system. I think what it says is there is no refugee system. There are lots of refugee systems intersecting to create this big, complex, messy thing of refugee-dom, that earlier phrase you use. And I say, if you want to understand the messiness of being a refugee in the world today, read this book. And I think that's helpful for people to start from a position of understanding how complex it is, and then and only then to stand back and say, so what are the vehicles we have to address this? Are they up to it or not up to it? But that's a separate discussion. Your contribution was stellar and unparalleled, and I don't say this to flatter you, but unparalleled on that first point of giving us the most robust account of the way the world of refugees works right now. And I think that in and of itself was a huge gift to us.
I have a question for you. So I think, we're taking your critiques, and I'm just curious if you are sharing this text with lawyers who ultimately their primary goal is to
Protect people.
To protect people. And also, I'm guessing they're all refugee, future refugee lawyers, right? What is it that they can take from this text without, so let's say we accept your critique and then move forward. Mm-hmm. What is it that they can use from this text without dismantling in any way the convention definition that is protecting all of these refugees as human rights? How can it be read alongside that? I mean, why is it useful for them to have an idea of the refugee-dom?
That's a great question. And I actually think the most important thing to teach students is the partial nature of the remedies that exist in the world for people who are at risk, be they human rights victims generally or refugees or lots of other categories. You don't assist people to protect by having them imagine that there is some silver bullet called humanitarian law or refugee law or a constitution or anything else. I think it's more important that they begin from a position of humility about how messy it is and how inadequate many of the remedies are. And then you pull back and say, but look, hey, when I began doing this, the idea that a queer man could be a refugee would have been laughed at. The idea that a woman could have been a refugee would have been laughed at. The idea that non-state actors were relevant, ridiculous. And these are all now done. So it is an incremental process of chipping away at the messiness that you can engage with as advocates, but you need to understand the messiness so that you know where you need to push.
The interpretive expansion that you were
Yes,
talking about. Yeah.
exactly right. Because it's just safer. I mean, I don't want to take away the one safety net, right? I mean, all of the rest of these crazy human rights systems we've got, you get to make little petitions to committees in Geneva, and maybe they'll say something, oh, Australia, you were naughty. And then Australia will say, oh, gee, we were naughty. Let's keep doing it. I mean, these things I don't mean to be mean, but they do not produce anything by way of substantive results in other than the very best citizen states that take them seriously. I mean, even my own country of Canada has taken them less seriously now than they did a decade ago. That's how bad it's getting, right? Refugee law is self-actualizing. You get to, the rule is you are a refugee until a state finds you're not a refugee. No other legal regime in the world works that way. You are a presumptive refugee until and unless you are fairly found not to be a refugee. You have rights until and unless that happens. That's a powerful, powerful, powerful tool. And to my mind, there is nothing that I can think of that would cause me to sacrifice the one tool that people have
in a hugely imperfect world to get to a place where they can be safe.
One more thought. Okay, I'll share a quick thought and then open it up. The position that you just shared is such an interesting place to start from. And I think, it speaks to the kind of work that you do. And how interesting is it that oftentimes, at least, as sociologists or scholars, we don't usually begin from that position. And in fact, we usually begin kind of from the defensive in one way or another, not from the idea that the status is going to, recognizing the specialness, but do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
And I wonder if it's that juncture right there that oftentimes puts us like in different camps in terms of how we speak about these issues or who's
I think
speaking
that's
to whom.
really insightful. And let's sit together at dinner tonight
Yeah.
and
That's
start the conversation, because
Yeah.
honestly, I want to be clear about this before we open it up. I, as David said, shared some of my criticisms in advance because the same has happened to me. You guys are taking a brave position here. I think I've taken some brave positions and I've been dumped on for doing it. But when people have actually come at me from ways that are worth listening to, I've actually learned and done better the next time. And my hope is that this is a safe space for us as scholars to share with each other what we worry about, even as we share what we respect. And that is where I'm coming from. I want this book to be the worthy successor to Zollberg et al. That it rightly deserves to be, but I do not want it to be twisted out of its shape by policymakers who see in it an excuse for lethargy or worse.
Yeah, absolutely. We agree with that.
I
Thank
thought you
you.
would.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
your careful read.
Sure.
Okay, I know there are a lot of people, Maggie.
All right, talking about scholarly positionality. As a political scientist, I was thinking, power rules everything around us, as an IR scholar. So I was curious about, with your recommendations, how you would actually enforce any of these ideas of burden sharing or resettlement sharing. Because I think about the cases where we have had some successful resettlement sort of sharing, like the Vietnam refugees, where basically the US was like, you got to do this. So how would you think about creating an international organization that would actually have some power to do that? Would be my first question. Then my second question is—
But before you go to the second one, can I answer the first one? Because I'm going to forget it. Well, I think the problem is that would take a whole conference and then some. I mean, as David in particular knows, I spent the last quarter century of my life building those models. There's a whole book out there of how to make it work and how to enforce it. But the short answer is, I think it's an insurance-based logic to it, that states accept certain obligations and lose certain current obligations in a way that I think will play to their interests. In particular, for developed states, what they would have are larger numbers, but of a pre-assessed, regular, dependable flow that can be planned for, is not irregular, does not show up with smugglers, et cetera, because that is something they can manage. But the numbers would be dramatically higher. And I think we can handle that. I've met with 30 EU ambassadors to discuss the proposal, and they get it.
Yeah. So I guess my pushback would be thinking about, the Biden administration has talked about doing something exactly like that with, resettlement directly from the Central America, but even that gets pushed back. So maybe this is just an American problem.
No,
but I
but
do wonder about the politics of it.
But I think it relates to the discussion of the EU before. The problem right now is what we've got is powerful states doing sort of special one-off deals with Turkey or with Central America. This is what I want to get out of. I want a global bargain so that it isn't a case of the poor fighting as among themselves to get the spoils from the tables of the rich, which is what we're getting right now, right? When countries begin volunteering to take refugees, if the price is right, we've entered a really nasty space. By the way, refugee rights as a barometer for those payments is completely missing. Look at Turkey, zero monitoring. So what I've suggested is I think there is a grand bargain to be had. And I've sketched it out in excruciating detail. If you want the short version, you'll be able to remember this. It's called the Global Cop-Out on Refugees. Remember that one? And in 20 pages, I'll give you the bare bones of it. But it's too big for today. But I think, honestly, you know, my greatest anger, I guess you probably wouldn't have noticed this, is for UNHCR, because they're the guardian of refugee rights. They had the moment in 2015-16 to launch something big and serious with the first world paying attention for the first time ever, and they dropped the ball. And so, you know, it's hard to pick it up now. That's why the partial deals that I talked about may be the least bad option that I think is politically viable at this moment. The deal making that we talked about before, smaller deals.
Great. My second question is just more as thinking about how you think about your work and how you came up with it. So I was just curious how much of your critique of David and Maran's book was maybe informed by the failure of responsibility to protect, because your reading of their work sounded a lot to me like R2P. And as we saw in the case of Libya, which was maybe the one example of maybe using R2P for intervention, that was a complete and utter failure. So I was just wondering how you think about, is there a way to expand protection for people who are in those positions, but without going all the way to sort of these other
Absolutely. But I think here's another ridiculously simplistic sort of metaphor. I think refugee law and international security and human rights law are parallel tracks, not the same track. If we actually fix the problems through human rights or international security law, then by definition, there are fewer refugees. But what we don't do is trade off security efforts for refugee protection. And this is what the EU is doing, in my view. We do not do that. If it works, again, you know, this is like, you know, Kaiser Health paying people to look after their health better so they incur fewer hospital costs under the insurance policy. That's great. But to say to someone, you know, by the way, we're not going to pay for hospitals anymore. We're just going to pay for, you know, healthy you initiatives, because once we do that, we don't really need that's wrong. So these are parallel tracks. There's the interventionist track that you describe, and refugee law, I do not use this word disparagingly, I love this word too, is a palliative system, was intended to be a palliative system until and unless the interventionist track, human rights and security law, does its job. If it does the job, there will be no more refugees.
Thank you very much for the talk. You mentioned in your presentation the current context of the Ukrainian refugees, and I think you mentioned the TPS as one of these regional.
I said not perfect though, right?
Not perfect, yes. So could you elaborate more on that? Because currently in Europe, the discussion is kind of opposite, that this is actually weakening the refugee protection system than providing something else. So I'm curious.
I don't know if it's, when you say weakening, before you leave, when you say weakening the refugee system, do you mean weakening the system for non-Ukrainian refugees? Or what do you mean?
I mean the whole system of refugee protection, where people get the path to citizenship, their cases are processed by certain authorities. And yes, it's a longer process, but then there is a certain protection, and TPS does not do any of that. And it's
well, except I think it does, right? So here's the thing. I mean, again, this may hurt some people's feelings. I understand, you know, people of the American tradition find this objectionable, but like my answer is just get over it. The article that David and I discussed, refugee law is not immigration law. Refugee law, by definition, provides protection with rights, not bare bones, not send you away crap. Meaningful protection, including the right to work, to educate your kids, etc., for the duration of the risk only. If and when the problem is no longer extant and affirmative protection is restored, refugee law vanishes automatically. Now, again, sociologists or others may not like that concept. That is the legal notion. It is exactly what I call PDR, protection for the duration of risk. That's what we now have. Temporary protection is just a dumb label because nobody knows if it's temporary or not. It might last a week. It might last for eternity, right? Some problems go away, some don't. So that's a silly term to use. But protection for duration of risk is exactly what the current regime requires. Now, truthfully, I was around. This is what happens when you're old and bald. I was around when all these directives were being negotiated, and I worked with NGOs that were engaged in that process at the time. We actually got into this directive, which some of you may know has never been rolled out before. The Ukrainians are the first to get the benefit of this. They get at least 95% of the rights that convention refugees get quickly and easily. Now, I think in the context of a huge flow where peril is imminent, that is not a bad situation to be in. I'm just being honest with you. Is it perfect? No, but it's pretty damn good. And I can tell you there'd be a hell of a lot of Central Americans who'd be thrilled if they got anything close to what Ukrainians got under that directive.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Feline Fryer from the Universidad del Pacífico in Lima. So I was wondering about the expanded refugee definitions that exist.
Be like Cartagena.
I mean, Cartagena, which is the Latin American regional definition. I'm sure Giancarlo will talk about it now. That has been incorporated into national law in 15 countries in the region. And the binding expanded definition that predates Cartagena of the Organization of African Unity. Why don't we talk about them? I mean, that they're not, and what can we do to talk about them as academics? Is it just pointless? Because geopolitically and politically, they emerged in the global south, they will never be included in a global refugee system. But at least if we talk about, these things as academics, and if we talk about the decolonization of academia, I'm just wondering, why don't we read about them?
So I'm surprised you think that, though, because I mean, there have been books that have just come out in the last 2 years on both the African Union definition and on the Latin American regime. And I think, in fact, they are influencing the global regime. Things like the rollout in Europe of subsidiary protection were inspired by Africa and Latin America. So, I mean, but there's a consortium of Latin American legal scholars who literally within 8 months ago published an incredible volume on the Cartagena definition and its influence. So I agree with you. And that's part of my response to the evaluative nature of this definition, broadening the edges of the definition. A lot of what I described as developments on the convention definition, like non-state actors, failures of protection, subconsciously or consciously, we imported that for what was happening in Africa and Latin America and built it into the global regime.
Do you think so?
I do, because, we didn't do it in the old days, right? Africa did it first, Cartagena came along second, and each of them adopted definitions that caused people to think more about coerced migration in a way that I think has been really fabulous.
I mean, I'd be so glad if that's true. I'm one of the people writing on these issues, but again, I kind of felt that.
You think it's ignored?
It's so far, it's still, it's exotic, it's cute, but I was wondering how far.
Well, so you would like to see a broader conversation where we say, I mean, I guess my fear, I mean, and maybe this is this will really make me, you already all think I'm a horrible lawyer right now, but this will make you think even more so. I mean, I guess my nervousness, and we're talking among friends here, is that if we open the UN Refugee Convention definition to become Cartagena or African Union, whatever, you cannot open the convention for one purpose and exclude any other amendments that states would want to put on the table. And I think most of us, I remember where's Sabi in the room here? Sabi will probably know this story. Professor Anker at Harvard and I had this discussion probably 20 or 30 years ago about pushing to open the convention to include sex or gender or sexual orientation explicitly, rather than simply using the social group label. And Debbie and I agreed at the end of the day that if we were to push for that good thing, states would come in and they would say, okay, no more protection against illegal entry, no more right to work, no more ability to educate your kids. And we could push through the evaluative framework what we needed to do and have done without putting those things at risk. And that's my worry.
So maybe just to ask, okay.
We have about 10 more minutes. We will take a break and you can continue this discussion in the break, but we do have another paper. Tommy, and then there was someone in the back.
Thank you, James, for your fascinating and provocative presentation.
These are adjectives. The latter one is usually used, the former one not so often. So thank you.
No, but because I talked about responsibility sharing and you alluded to the debate, and I talked about the fact that there is this fuzzy debate when it comes to framing and pinning down what responsibility sharing is about. And I wanted to get your thoughts on that. I mean, in 2001, the UNHCR added responsibility to burden sharing, saying that it allows for a more positive debate, that it's more refugee inclusive. A lot of academics say they don't want to use either responsibility sharing or burden sharing, but they want to talk about international solidarity. So how do you see this academic debate moving along? I mean, last time we convened a small conference on responsibility sharing and people were just fighting over how to define it, whether to dump responsibility sharing at all. So how would this, how do you see this? You know, can we get consensus?
Yeah. So, I mean, I said at the beginning, I actually adopt the framework that Astrid Circa and Asha Hans developed a quarter century ago. And I still think they're right, that it is a grotesque error to mix the human with the financial. To treat human beings as burdens is just appalling, in my view. And so they insisted, I think quite rightly, and this informed our reformulation of Refugee Project, that every state be responsible to the extent of its capacities to share both the human responsibility and the fiscal burdens, but that the two not intersect. And what the EU has done is to merge them in one thing so that you can effectively, by like giving, as you know, financial support to various initiatives, buy your way out of human protection responsibilities. That's what I find unethical and appalling. There were some really gorgeous formulas that were developed on each of burdens and responsibilities that took account of relative capacities and resources in different ways, but which kept the two questions separate and non-negotiable. I don't believe, to put it really crudely, that anybody should be able to buy their way out of human protection responsibilities.
Absolutely, I agree with you on that. And so my second tiny question was about why you're so disappointed with UNHCR, because I've always seen it as a realist actor. I mean, because it's trying to survive. It's a pragmatic actor. I mean, if you look at UNHCR offices in Jordan, in Lebanon, in Libya, they're threatened on a daily basis to be removed, you know, or their residence permits to be frozen. So I don't know. I mean, because it's very important, like, to distinguish between its role as a norm entrepreneur and as an actor that's trying to survive, you know, and that needs resources to continue to exist. So how do you see this?
Right. And again, this is a complex part of the you know, 5-year project. But the short answer is, I think that UNHCR is not terribly courageous. I think it has been in a defensive posture for so long that it's forgotten how to lead. And in the context of the so-called Syrian crisis, it demanded the initiative from the Secretary General. The Secretary General was not going to ask UNHCR to lead on this global renovation, knowing precisely, as you've said, that they are in a highly compromised position. The agency demanded it, would not let anyone else lead, and then gave us absolutely nothing. That's what I'm angry about. So you can't have it both ways. Like, I am totally happy to have an assistance agency be the assistance agency if that's what it wants to be, but quite frankly, we don't need it for that. There are lots of other entities that can do tents and blankets at least as well as UNHCR. It was intended as a protection agency. It's expanded its mandate in ways that make it lots of money and make it indispensable, but which actually, in my view, are a betrayal of its core obligation to protect refugees.
Thank you.
Yes, it's the last question. I'm sorry, I know there are other people with questions, and I will invite everybody to continue them over coffee outside.
As
when we
long as
take
I
a
get
break.
coffee.
Yeah, you get a, you can even have two.
Ah, go on.
Hi, Yael from, I'm a historian. I work at Refugees International. So I think you were implying that the deal in the new system that you were creating would essentially mean no territorial asylum in global North states in exchange for binding refugee resettlement obligations. I just wanted to understand if that's what you were saying.
It's a little more complicated than that. A refugee would have the right to seek protection in the first place she can get to wherever it is without impediment or penalization. There would be international, largely group status assessment. We don't need a fancy system to figure out that a Syrian is a refugee.
Okay.
We don't need to spend 25 grand for that. And refugees would then be moved normally to their region of origin, to a state where their rights would be respected and where the world would finance their interim protection at the 5-year mark. At the 5-year mark, if there is no local integration or return home, a binding duty of resettlement clicks in for states of the outside the regions of origin. And last point, just to sort of hopefully tease you to read the article, we would need on my calculus, my team's calculus, instead of the 100,000 or 200,000 resettlement places we have now, we would need to clear the backlog 1.7 million resettlement spots a year. Ironically, OECD states now get 1.65 million asylum applications. So they just trade A for B.
So the one question I have, and I thought was maybe not quite as accurate.
Yep.
So at least in the United States and sometimes in the European Union, I
Yep.
know, like, for example, there, you know, that the decision about the people who crashed the gate to Spain.
Yes.
Because,
Ceuta and Melilla, you mean?
right. Yeah. There was a decision right before that related to children in the Committee on the Rights of the Child that basically said they could not turn away a child. So what they did to the parents or to the adults, they could not, the child. And as you know, in the United States, there's essentially a parallel protection system for unaccompanied children that completely exists. And basically they're unaccompanied children from non-contiguous territories are basically allowed into the United States, period, full stop. Like, no, they have full access to asylum. So I'm just wondering, at least on children's rights, I actually do think there's actually a powerful rights regime that has been set up that provides rights maybe even more than Refugee Convention does, you know, for families. So I'm just wondering what happens to that.
Nothing.
Okay.
I mean, the Convention on the Rights of the Child doesn't disappear, but again, I'd be careful about this. I mean, all of the kids in cages might not think that that was such a great regime, right? I mean, we shouldn't overstate it, and this actually relates to my engagement with the book as well. I don't think it's reasonable to expect any one regime to do all the work of fixing all the crap in the world. I mean, I felt that this sociological definition put way too much pressure on refugee protection to do the work of the human rights regime. And sometimes, and so I'm actually not against silos. I think silos sometimes enable us to get things done. But I do think the refugee studies movement that was set up 35 years ago already answered the question analytically to the extent we needed it answered. Silos, though, sometimes enable us to focus and get something done. And you've just given a great example. We got something done through kids' rights. Bravo. We got something done through the Torture Convention too. Bravo. Let's keep getting stuff done through the Refugee Treaty, though, because it is dramatically broader, properly interpreted, and is the only tool we've got that offers that breadth. So I don't think these need to be in tension with each other.
So I want to comment at the end here that it's not often these days that we actually hear and participate in what is respectful provocation. And I think it's worthy of comment and thank you for that. And so for a stimulating session here, And we will take a 15-minute break and come back because we have another, what? Okay, Roger is reminding me to remind the speakers, invitees to the conference that he is sending a message about this evening. So check your emails. But we will come back for the last session, and I think at the
Since
end.
the lawyer's dinner has been canceled.
Yeah, no, you said it, we're just putting you in a corner, right? But so we will come back in 15 minutes for the last session, and then we may actually have a bit of a panel discussion as well at the end. So thank you so much, and really thank you. It's freezing.
Go ahead, for sure.
It would be nice to round the troops up so we could begin. It's hard to get these people in, you know? Late in the day, but still. Yeah, it was very stimulating. I did too at first. I do too. No, it's really there, you know, well, I think I think first of all, these days it's not very customary. In fact, you have to warn everybody and trigger warners, God knows what, you know, warnings. And it was in a quick one like this yesterday. You know, read the news yesterday, I thought, oh Christ, you know, I forgot to mention that, oh, it might be something that, you know, is upsetting. So, but the fact that he shared this with them, so that's, yeah, that's a real good example of, yeah, so. Yeah, no, it's a professional debate. The debate was great. I don't think that's good. Problem. Well, that would be funny to make a joke. Why not? Let's see here. Get this thing. This microphone doesn't work so well. Okay, everybody. I'm going to take the opportunity to introduce the last speaker of the day. And this is Gioconda Herrera. She is a professor of sociology and gender studies at the Latin American Faculty of Social Sciences in Quito, Ecuador. She has a PhD in sociology from Colombia. Her, whoops, and these mics are not very reliable. Okay, I'll just hold the mic. That is from Columbia University, I should make clear. Her main publications address issues on international migration, gender, ethnicity, and social inequalities in Ecuador and Latin America. She is currently working on 2 research projects. The first deals with indigenous migration and deportation from the US to Ecuador, and the second one addresses states' responses to immigration in South America. She has been deputy academic director of Flaxco in Ecuador from 2014 to 16, and president of the Latin American Studies Association in 2021. Her most recent publications are 2 edited books, Migration in South America with Carmen Gomez and Movilidades control, well, I'm not going to translate this, you translate it. Sorry, I'm not a Spanish speaker. And since I've already somehow managed to talk about a university while I was thinking something else, I'm not taking any more chances on that score. Anyway, with no further ado, I'm going to turn the mic over. At the end, I think we might convene all of the speakers from this session for a brief panel, as long as the speakers would like to so do. Okay, welcome. Do you want to hold this or you want to? No. Let's see if it, well, I do too. But floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Gail. Thank you very much for this introduction. And I would like to start giving my thanks to Roger and to Gail for this invitation to such an inspiring seminar. I really enjoyed yesterday's workshop with students, and I think that this morning's discussion and the last two presentations were very challenging and inspiring me for my own work. What I would like to discuss with you this afternoon is a paper on trying to look at basically the Venezuelan experience, but not only the Venezuelan experience in South America. And I think I will bring to the floor, to the discussion, many of the issues that have already been brought in these 2 days. So as we have been discussing the whole morning, we know that contemporary migrations feature a wide diversity of types, causalities, motivations for people to move that hardly fit current legal categories. What I would like to examine in this presentation is the complexity of current dynamics in South America and the challenges for states to address migrants' rights and needs. New migration flows and dynamics show that rather than exclusionary terms, we know, we've been discussing that the whole day, there's a continuum between voluntary migrant flights from poverty and forced migrant flight from insecurity and violence. However, in South America, states have been reluctant to recognize this complexity and still frame their responses in binary terms. I think we need to think of economic migrants and asylum seekers as unstable categories that change over time, and to acknowledge that the distinction between choosing to migrate or being compelled to migrate is largely insufficient to face the challenge posed by contemporary migration, such as the one taking place now in South America. Instead, a multidimensional understanding is urgently needed in order to build more adequate state responses that take into consideration both social protection policies and long-term development and social integration. As you may already know, in the last 10 years, more than 7 million men and women have left Venezuela in search of a new life, and around 6 million are now living in different countries of South America. This is the single most important exodus in the region over the course of the last century, but this is not the only one. And this is something I want to insist, but because it's having consequences on state responses, on selectivity, and on the way the meaning of refugee is so has some variation depending on many issues from the part of the state. In that same period, while the Venezuelan exodus has been taking place, a Caribbean migration from Haiti, Dominican Republic, and Cuba, and migrants from some African countries such as Senegal or Cameroon also have come to South America, either to stay, such as in Argentina or Brazil, or as entry point to go north. A growing literature on these different flows agree that people are fleeing hunger, economic crisis, environmental devastation, as well as insecurity, social violence, and so on, thus pointing out to the multiplicity of drivers and motivations behind people's decision to live. At the same time, as in many other countries from the global south, this exponential increase in migration is taking place amid critical economic conditions across many countries in South America, with many recipient countries experiencing severe labor market contractions, rising unemployment and poverty, particularly after the pandemic. There's also a lot of insecurity, the rising of social violence, violence connected to illegal economies, and retrenchments from the part of the state from social protections, structural adjustment policies, and are also going on. States' responses toward migrants and refugees, as we will see later on in these presentations, in the region have greatly varied and seem to be driven by a wide array of issues combining fiscal crisis, domestic political pressures, increasing xenophobia, geopolitics, political ideology. So state responses have been shaped by a wide array of dimensions. Besides, states' reactions to increasing migration are reflected in the forms in which migrants are conceptualized and therefore categorized. Some states are more prone to acknowledge the forced character of many of these flows, whereas others are more inclined to label them as economic migrants. Even there is a distinction within the same state and nation among certain nationalities acknowledged as forced migrants, whereas others under basically the same conditions not recognized as such, as we will see. For example, Brazil, but I'll give you the example later on. At the same time, different institutional actors involved in the migration governance apparatus, such as international organizations, IOM, UNHCR, and some national and international NGOs are using other categories in order to underline the in-betweenness, supposed in-betweenness of certain flows in the continuum between economic and forced migration. Concepts such as mixed migration, mixed flow, or survival migration are being discussed within these migration governments as categories, and categories such as humanitarian crisis or security crisis, rather than solely economic or political, have also been raised when defining these new scenarios. So all this categorization and labeling is going on right now, and this is like the context, the bigger context of the discussions and on that surrounded states' decision-making. As Crowley and Sleparis note when referring to the so-called European refugee crisis of 2015, how migrants are conceived and labeled have consequences for the kind of responses that states put in place in the extension of certain rights or not, or their absence, and ultimately in people's social integration and protection. From this perspective, the category being named or labeled as a refugee or a migrant do not simply have consequences. Choosing to label or equally not label someone as a refugee is a powerful and deeply political process, but one by which policy agendas are established and which position people as objects of policies in a particular way, and not necessarily of subjects of protection. Therefore, labels and categories need to be understood as categories depending on states' political interests and as deeply loaded with political assumptions conveyed by states and other institutional actors, to the field of migration policymaking and implementation. So in light of this, with this background in this presentation, I argue for the need to think of economic migrants and asylum seekers as socially constructed and unstable categories, and therefore to go beyond the binary of forced versus chosen migration that emphasize individual drivers and motivation, and instead focus on the political process by which policies and categories towards certain migrant groups are being constructed. So to look at how, under the same conditions, states act differently for certain groups and under certain interests. Ultimately, this will help shape more suitable state responses that take into consideration that many of these migrations are not only the result of temporary crises, economic, political, or humanitarian, you could label them you wish, but has come to stay. So first, I'll present some of the new migration dynamics in South America. Then I will look at migration policies of states in the region with a strong emphasis on the Venezuelan case, but I insist this is not the only one going on right now in South America, and I think this is, but it has received most of the attention from international organizations, regional responses, political responses, and so on. And third, and a lot of money. Third, I discuss some concepts that break this binary between economic and forced migration and how this may help or not to shape more suitable policies. So let's look at these new patterns of migration in South America. So there are like four, let me sum up like four new patterns that appear over the last 20 years. New destinations on the South-North corridor, Europe and Asia became new destinations for South Americans, particularly at the end of the last century. The Andean countries from the Andean region start going to Europe, to Southern Europe, and there was also an important migration from Peru and Brazil to Japan. And it changes the north, it diversified the south-north migration, the common south-north migration that was usually to the US. A second transformation, I would say, is that we passed from a trans-border migration of Colombians to Venezuela, Paraguayans to Argentina, Bolivians to Argentina, to extracontinental and intra-regional migration through South America. Just to mention what I said before, we start having Caribbean migrations to South America, which was something completely new for the region, Cubans, Haitians, and Dominicans. Chile is a great example of how all these new migrants start coming there. But other countries such as Ecuador is also an example of this diversity of new migration patterns. The Venezuelan exodus is the most important, as I mentioned before, but not the only one, as we have Haitian, Dominican Republic, migrants from Haiti, Dominican Republic, Colombia has been all over different countries at the intra-regional level, and also Cuba. And I just also wanted to mention that to complicate the picture, I think we are experiencing a new moment of exodus to the north of some countries of South America right now, from the 2021 on, Ecuador, Peru, Venezuela, Haiti are now crossing the Darien region, and their Ecuadorians are the biggest numbers from South America are now in the first place in terms of detention at the US border. So it seems like we are experiencing right now a new moment of big exodus. So let's see, within this context, this very complicated new dynamic context, we have the Venezuelan exodus. Until the turn of the century, Venezuela was a hub of immigration. Due to its expanding oil economy, since the 1950s, Venezuela welcomed Portuguese, Italian, Spanish, and Middle Eastern migrants. Later, from the 1960s to 2000, the country also attracted a significant number of migrant workers and refugees from many Latin American countries. Chilean, Uruguayan, and Argentinian refugees, mostly professionals, arrived fleeing from the Southern Cone of authoritarian governments of the 1970s. And in the same period, workers from the Caribbean, Peru, Colombia, and Ecuador came to Venezuela in search of economic opportunities in the oil industry and service sectors. Most of these flows ebbed in the 21st century, and mainly Colombians continue to migrate to Venezuela in great numbers until very recently. Venezuelans began emigrating at the turn of the century during President Hugo Chávez's government, when vast sectors of the middle and upper classes left to the United States. Others settled in Spain and Italy, where many could easily get residence and work permits as descendants of European migrants. However, since 2015, Venezuelans began moving to South America. By 2022, Colombia is, as you can see, as you can see with the numbers, Venezuelans, Colombia has by far become the primary destination, and also not only with 2.5 million of people approximately, but also with 1 million of Colombian returnees who were living in Colombia before. And also a significant number of what the UN is now calling pendular migrants at the borders. Peru is the second most important destination with 1.5 million approximately, while Ecuador and Chile are around 500,000 people, receiving 500,000 people. This sudden transformation from being a country of immigration to one of immigration is not unique in the region, but no other has been as rapid and sweeping as Venezuela, or with the consequences for other countries' migration patterns and political dynamics. For example, traditional immigration countries such as Colombia and Peru have been transformed into important destination countries in less than 5 years, with significant impacts in terms of policy making, local society, and so on. The recent and massive flows of Venezuelans fit within neither previously observed patterns of intra-regional labor migration in South America, nor patterns of forced migration stemming mainly from political social violence, such as refugee flows of Colombians or Guatemalans. The former refers to historical transborder and circular migration across country, as I mentioned before, mainly driven by economic motivations. Bolivians in Argentina, Peruvians in Argentina, Colombians in Venezuela, Ecuadorians to Venezuela. And the structural lack of labor force in certain regions, where the later are displacements of people in need of international protection who flee from political and social violence as well as persecution. What I mean is that the category of refugee was completely clear in the case of the Colombian refugees going to Ecuador or to Costa Rica. Venezuelan migration, in the eyes of some states, reflect migrants' flight from untenable poverty resulting from a multidimensional crisis that greatly affected people's current livelihood and most likely the next generation to come. According to the 2021 Living Conditions Survey in Venezuela, ENCOVI, Venezuela experienced a 74% decline in GDP between 2014 and 2020. Extreme poverty rose from 11.4% in 2013 to 76% in 2021, and inflation reached extreme figures in 2019 and 2020. Such extensive poverty was aggravated by the collapse of the health system, an increase in maternal and child mortality, diphtheria and malaria outbreaks, the deterioration of health infrastructure, and a shortage of medicine, medical supplies, and surgical equipment. The collapse of both the productive apparatus and oil revenues, coupled with, and this is important, economic sanctions, international economic sanctions, have empty fiscal coffers. Lastly, Venezuela also records very high rates of social violence. This acute deterioration of living conditions for the entire population is combined with states' incapacity to launch social policy to mitigate poverty and protect its citizens from This situation has put into question the ability of Venezuelan families to face daily needs of food, shelter, but also to think about securing minimal conditions for their families in the near future, such as education, the provision of certain assets to confront social risk, illness, and employment accidents. Drawing on feminist political economy, what we can see in this scenario is not only poverty or an immediate need of social protection, but a crisis of social reproduction that seems to be more appropriate to describe the overall situation. That is a situation which is not only in which not only basic activities of everyday life are at risk, but also the reproduction of social life itself in the long run. Those Venezuelans, those Venezuelans are not only confront poverty or the lack of economic opportunities, but the impossibility of securing the basic elements that would enable them to enter, to reproduce their lives. In that sense, this is not solely a humanitarian or temporary crisis that requires emergency assistance, but rather a more profound process of destruction of vital capacities that need to be rebuilt. Migration has become the main strategy for people to face this social reproduction crisis that states and other institutions are not managing. However, the precarious and insecure conditions that migrants seek to escape tend to be reproduced for them at their destinations. For instance, a 2019 national survey in Ecuador shows that while Venezuelans have more educational capital than the local population, poverty indicators show substantially higher figures than those found among Ecuadorian households. And the same conclusions are echoed in research conducted in Peru and Colombia and by the World Bank. So the situations tend to be, I guess, more aggravated. Moreover, recent reports on the impact of the COVID pandemic on migrants and refugees indicate that impoverishment, housing evictions, and Venezuelans' overall dire situation has even pushed them to consider returning to their homeland. So this is like the Venezuelan situation, but we also have, as I mentioned before, an increasing circulation and immigration of Haitian populations in South America over the last 10 years. As we know, there's a long tradition of immigration, and Haiti is a very complex diaspora, but increasing interregional migration started in 2010 before the Venezuelan exodus, basically after Haiti's earthquake. Haitians have been arriving to Ecuador, Chile, Brazil, and now going north to Mexico and the US. This is a more masculine migration than the Venezuelan, who is more family migration, but more and more feminized and very mobile from north to south and vice versa. Over the last 10 or 12 years, Haitians have been going from Ecuador to Chile from Brazil, coming up from Brazil again to Ecuador, and now going north. So it's like going around and in a very complicated, but with many different routes. Interestingly, in terms of labor and categorization, countries have been more prone to labor migrants, Haitians' migration as a very vulnerable one, very vulnerable to smuggling and trafficking, but very few of them are recognized as refugee. And in spite of the very harsh conditions in which they live. And this is also a much more racialized group within South America as compared, for example, with Venezuelans. And also, although there are, in numbers, are not so important, Cuban migration, as I mentioned, it has appeared also in South America over the last 10 years, being Ecuador an important entry point for Cuban migrations, particularly from between 2010 and 2015. After 2015, when they left, most of them left Ecuador and started going when Obama, as you may remember, announced the end of special policy for Cubans, start going north and also south. And now we have new circuits of Cuban migration in South America and new settlements of Cubans, particularly in Uruguay and Argentina. In the case of Cuban, the tendency is more them to be labeled as refugees or forced migrant. This is more clearly stated than in the last two cases, in which categories tend to be much more confused. And the last example that I wanted to share within South America is the Colombian case. The Colombian case is interesting because most of the Colombia's refugees that left Colombia, particularly at the beginning of the 21st century, were clearly refugees and forced migration, but there was not the only one who left the country. There was important student migration and I would say low middle class professional migration to countries such as Chile, Ecuador, Chile, Argentina, that has been going on over the last 20 years, and also to Europe. Interestingly, of course, the Colombians have been either labeled as forced migrant when we think about refugees in Ecuador or Costa Rica, but as economic migrants when they go to the southern cone of to Argentina or Chile. Chile is now a very important destination for Colombians too. And now Colombia has become a receiving country and also is the territory for protracted transits for all these long transits for other nationalities through the Darien, in which now we see many Ecuadorians and Peruvian crossing there. So it's within this quite complicated dynamics that the Venezuelan exodus is taking place. And I think this is part of what the context in that case is, I think, important to know, because it could explain how some countries have been, has had some selective policy and very selective responses depending on the nationality, depending on geopolitics, and depending on other dimensions. So Latin American states' responses for the first case from Venezuela have varied both in time and across countries. Between 2015 and 2018, one could speak of an open door policy. In Colombia, Peru, and Brazil, temporary labor permits could be obtained rather quickly. Also, they were quite expensive. Ecuador facilitated a 2-year work visa through UNASUR, this regional organization, and the Mercosur visa allowed for relatively rapid access to Argentina and Uruguay. However, policies changed by mid-2018 when the flow of migrants increased dramatically. Chile first launched a tailored visa exclusively for Venezuelans that had to be requested in Venezuela, de facto excluding those migrants already living in Chile. And Peru and Ecuador followed suit and began requiring an entry visa in June and August 2019, respectively. Since then, former Venezuelan migration across official border points has decreased while continuing extralegally, as states cannot realistically control such vast lengths of border. So the tendency is, divided. I mean, the states' responses were very diverse, but we could think about a classification between what has been responses from countries such as Peru, Ecuador, and Chile, which has been much more restrictive as compared to what are the policies of countries such as Argentina, Brazil, or Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay. And Colombia is like a special case, I would say. It's like an outlier in all this, in this specific classification. So one of the first characteristics is that although Peru, Ecuador, and Chile start somewhat temporary permits, as we've been listening this morning to in other regions, their regularization process was so temporary, so short, that it produces irregularization. So you have this counterproductive result of having permits, but if they only end in 1 year or 2 years, this person after 2 years is already irregular again. For example, in Ecuador, that new regularization program is going on. The third one, states are spending money regularizing people that have already been regular before because they've become irregularized. So this is like a crazy policy. We have had militarization of borders, which is something that in South America was completely absent 5 years ago. During the pandemic, Peru militarized its border in order to prevent Haitian migrants to cross to Ecuador, and states' restrictions have produced, as we know, clandestine border migration and the increase of clandestine border migration. The other issue that is important to mention is something that the work of Acosta, Feline, and Cecile Bluin has demonstrated is that controlling borders by decree in terms instead of legislation, which is we have some South American countries had very progressive constitutions and legislations in terms of migration, but they are not being applied. States are applying, are governing by decrees, small decrees of temporary permits rather than applying their own legislation or applying, for example, the Cartagena Declaration, which could give refugees the recognition of refugees could be much easier. What I mean is that if states were applying their own legislation on their own international agreement, the situation would be completely different. A fourth characteristic, or fourth features that I think is taking place and is having dramatic consequences on the lives of migrants and refugees is the exceptionality and humanitarian assistance rather than policies based on legislations again towards migrants. So instead of applying the law of integrating people through many of the laws and projects, public policy projects, these the exceptional character of the humanitarian way in which this assistance is thought produce the contrary. And this and also something that has changed dramatically the landscape in South America is the rapid increase of xenophobia. So what was just mentioned in this afternoon as how South American countries from the global South are learning rapidly restriction policies and the global and are aligning very rapidly to this global control of borders is really going on right now, particularly in the countries such as Ecuador, Peru, and Chile, in spite of their normative in spite of their legislations. On the southern cone, I think we could speak of a partial inclusion. So there's some selectivity on how states categorize different nationalities of economic versus asylum seekers. Brazil is the example for that. Brazil recognized Venezuelans as refugees under the Cartagena Conventions, but does not recognize Asians under the same category. I mean, we could think a lot of reasons for that, geopolitics and political ideology and so on, because this was done under the Bolsonaro government. Argentina and Uruguay granted more permanent residence visa in compliance with their legislation on the free circulation of South American citizens in the region, which is completely different from what is going on in Chile, Ecuador, or Peru. And migrants and refugees were recipients of social protection policies and programs during the pandemic in these countries, as opposed to what happened in Ecuador, Colombia, Peru, and Mexico, who didn't allow or didn't have any protection policies for immigrants and refugees during the pandemic. Tightening of immigration policies in the North has, as I mentioned before, expanded and creating a domino effect in these South American countries. So just to wrap up this diversity of responses and to reflect on how categories are entering into this debate, what we can see is that what while most of the region states are merely directing their policies towards strengthening border control, security, and deterrence, other actors, such as NGOs or international organizations, are deploying humanitarian assistance under the assumption that Venezuelans or other migrants are in urgent need of international protection because serious human rights violations are at stake. In this context, three concepts have been into place and discussed. Sorry, I got lost in my writing. Three concepts have been placed into labor these migration dynamics. The concept of mixed migration, the concept of survival migration, and a revised version of the concept of forced migration. These three concepts have in common the search for a more comprehensive understanding of the Venezuelan experience, basically, that could take into account this complexity beyond the oversimplified dichotomy of voluntary versus forced migration. The concept of mixed migration is used in the context of basically Venezuelan migration more than any other of the three flow I talked about by different actors. There's this mixed migration centers in which the concept refers to cross-border movements of people, including refugees fleeing from persecution and conflicts, victims of trafficking, people seeking better lives and opportunities, and so on. Those in mixed migration flows, it is said, travel along similar routes using similar means of travel and often traveling irregularly and wholly and partially assisted by migrant smugglers. While this could be a more comprehensive definition that better captures that kind of dynamics, the emphasis is on migrants' vulnerability during their journey, but it does not explicitly address either the causes of migration or the problems upon arrival and settlement in destination countries, much less the complex issues of livelihood, social reproduction, and social integration. Given the increasing difficulties that migrants and refugees encounter in destination countries due to the current economic crisis and hostility that I just mentioned before, the composition of migration might not be the most important issue to be taken into consideration. The other concept that has been put to the debate, it's Alexander Betts' concept of survival migration. Alexander Betts visits Colombia, and after his visiting to Colombia in order to assess what was going on with the Venezuelan exodus, he called for a response that could articulate both migrants' immediate social protection and also their potential contribution to host society. Best suggested the use of this concept of survival migration for understanding the Venezuelan case, for example, because it helped to capture a limited situation in which several human rights violations are taking place amid the state's incapacity to respond to its citizens. As we described earlier, people in Venezuela are flying from conditions of political and economic collapse in which no viable livelihood opportunities existed to sustain even the more basic needs of life. In that sense, survival migration may capture some of the structural causes that pull people to move. Betts further insisted on the need to share understanding of the situation among states and other institutional actors that places migrants as a legitimate recipient of international protection, as well as active and autonomous participants in their own recovery and integration. Given states' current difficulty to grant formal asylum status to Venezuelans, bets favor regularization processes under a different category, not the refugee or asylum category, and implementation of policies directed to economic integration. In other words, Venezuelans were in that conception considered not as refugee, but as migrants, and as both economic actors and people in need of somewhat international protection, but more as migrants within the category of migrants. This survivor migration concept could be somewhat seductive for a complex understanding of that kind of situation by granting an active economic and agency role to people. The concept captures somewhat a continuum between, or a spectrum between voluntary and forced migration, in which both migrants and refugees are moved by structural factors and conflict-based violence or deprivation, but at the same time, their agency and autonomy are recognized as relevant aspects of the migration experience. However, and the last concept in this debate, I think is what Setter has pointed out, and he somewhat share a similar definition, but he maintains the term of forced migration. For Setter, forced migration is very often the product as well of this complex interplay of socioeconomic and political circumstances with existential threats. Those severe human rights violations and deprivation, as those endured by many of these new dynamic new migration flows in South America, are legitimate drivers for people seeking international protection. People whose state is unable or unwilling to secure their physical safety and basic human rights are refugees and forced migrants. In other words, rather than a new concept, an amplified concept of forced migration could be useful to ensure people's access to international system of protection. And I think that this is what somewhat the Cartagena Declaration, signed by more than 15 states in South America, could provide. But as I mentioned before, this is something that is also crossed by states and political interests. So some concluding remarks. As we can see, there's a complex web of responses from different nation states rather than a regional stance or a regional response of South American states to this new exodus. There were two attempts for a regional position, the Lima Declaration and the Quito Declaration, but I would say that they are very far from what we've heard about responsibility sharing or burden sharing. They were narratives on the importance of taking a regional stance. There was a way, particularly with the Quito Declaration, which was a meeting of, I guess, seven South American states, towards asking funds and burden sharing with to the north, but rather than really to enact a regional response in terms of articulating new border regimes or articulating social inclusion policies among countries. So what we have really is a wild variety of state responses and very different one from the other. We can also mention that what we see is a selective rather than universal policies with geopolitical arguments, of course. These humanitarian narratives that end up having deterrent effects rather than integration effects, and this exceptionality narrative that really prevent from social integration and long-term integration. Very limited regularization programs based on what we've heard already this morning and this afternoon, these temporary permits. It's funny because the term, even in the case of Colombia, who has given this permits for 10 years, it's still called temporary, and it lasts 10 years. So this is like the language now of the kind of solutions that are thought for refugees. So there are very limited regularization programs in the other countries, at least in some of the countries, and we have to think about what are the consequences of these regularization policies that are creating a lot of irregularization among many of the migrants and refugees, and that we know very little of what is the real impact of these regularization programs. I think we need to build a common long-term vision that includes social protection policies beyond humanitarian narratives for these people who came to stay. I mean, there's a lot of movement. It's true that Venezuelans and Haitians and Cubans are going like all over the continent, but most of them are staying in cities, are staying in some of the countries, and we are not thinking about these more medium or long-term solutions. And I tend to follow what Setter has mentioned in many of his writings, that states should employ a development-focused approach to immigration, acknowledging the need for international protection of most of refugees in South America instead of adopting increasingly restrictive policies as they have done to date. Thank you.
So the floor is open for last set of questions or comments. Alethea.
Yoconda, I would like to ask you if you can further explain what happens with families with mixed status. That's what we're finding, that maybe the parents are from Haiti and the children were born in Chile in terms of international protection. And the other is more a comment and a question and something that we have shared together, that this high mobility of families is also the consequences of the failure of policies in each country. So if you can also explain maybe more how these incredible maps that you presented also show the failure like in the whole region. And in Mexico, we end up with families that when we ask them, how many countries have you been to? They laugh because they said, I don't know, I left my home 10 years ago and I have been living in 2 or 3 or 5 countries. So if you can explain this relationship within the maps that you showed. Thank you.
Thank you. Just, yeah.
So maybe on a more positive note, of course, as academics and I think it's a nice thing in Latin America that very often there's a lot of collaboration also with the migrants and refugee rights activists, right? And rightly so, we're critical because policies are not being implemented. They're, like if we believe in the rule of law, Cartagena is not being applied, although it should be, etc. But maybe if we zoom out a bit and we see Latin America in global perspective and what has happened and how states have reacted, are there any positive takeaways, maybe, or things we could learn in other regions? Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, no.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. I am also very interested in diasporas within Latin America, from Latin America. And related to the first question, something I keep thinking about are the long-term, like 20 years, one generation and two generation political demographic consequences of having failed survival migration policies, both from the perspective of actual demographic change. If you have 6 million Venezuelans who are moving to other countries, eventually having family, birthing new children, finding new pathways to citizenship or not, but finding themselves stuck because of new changes in their circumstances, and basically having this vast underclass of undocumented or mixed status individuals that has political ramifications for voting blocks in the future for the next generation of people who are born in those countries. But also then, as you were mentioning about the xenophobia, the rapid political responses, negative political responses that we see happening now and can envision just getting worse in the future. I don't know that you'll have a response, but it's something that I would love to talk about because it's looming. Thank you.
Okay.
Why don't you respond to these three and then we'll take a few more questions.
Okay, yes. Well, yes, as Aletia mentioned, these protracted transits and long transits, this is something not new for Africans in Europe or Central Americans, of course, through Mexico and so on. But this is something quite new for South America. We didn't really have that kind of high mobility and transits of other people. They were very rare. But right now it seems to be like the most common dynamic. I really don't know in legal terms, for example, the implications for children or families are like that. What I can mention is that or for mixed families, but actually the Haitian case is very dramatic in that sense because they've been going around like for more than 15 years now between Ecuador, Chile, and then Brazil when they were working in the construction of stadiums and so on within this economic boom of Brazil at the turn of the century. And now it's exactly what you mentioned. Some children were born in Brazil and now they are in Tijuana, trapped in Tijuana, and it's getting very complicated. I knew the case of this woman who was already in the States, but the husband was still bringing the kids through Mexico and so on. So we're having all these cases also with the Venezuelans. The people are working and staying in Colombia, but the kids are going to Ecuador and some of them are already in Chile and then they come back. Studies looking at education and schools, for example, in Ecuador, they found that even the Ministry of Education tried to follow statistics of how many foreign children are involved in the education systems. And when then you go to schools and they're not there anymore. So this mobility of this constant mobility is bringing very complicated situations for the education particularly to education. There are interesting practices, very small examples that for the case of education, for example, from internal displacement. So there's a PhD student, a Colombian PhD student, she's looking at how the experience of internal displacement in Colombia that involves that kind of issues of kids coming from rural areas, going to one city and then moving to another neighborhood or to another city. Internal displacement was also about a lot of mobilities, of course, within a smaller territory, but she's looking at how the experience of internal mobilities in terms of education could be considered in order to think about how you deal with this kind of mobility for children's education. But of course, it's bringing a lot of new challenges, not only legal, but how do you deal with this kind of issues. Feline, I'm rather pessimistic, I would say. It's very difficult to be optimistic, and precisely because of many factors, non-willing states to really take the situation, but basically because of this increasing xenophobic, which is something that I don't really, I mean, we are very nationalistic. We have a very nationalistic tradition in many countries of South America, of course. And that's why you explain this increasing or this rapid xenophobia. But I'm rather pessimistic because of the last events on, for example, how xenophobia is contaminating political campaigns. I mean, in Peru, in Ecuador, in Colombia, the anti-immigrant narratives, anti-Venezuelan narrative has been very strong among all the political spectrum. So it makes me think that we are not really the South American experience of 20 years ago, where that was talking about South American citizenship, and we all welcome migrants and refugees, and we are the exception of the globe. I think it's over. I'm rather pessimistic about that, not just because we have a new wave of right governments, because the left is coming back, but the left is not coming back with a democratic narrative on immigrant and refugees. They are very careful not to have this kind of narrative because they know that politically it's cost them a lot. So I'm not sure. I mean, Colombia might be an interesting case, but I think we have to wait to see what's going on with this regularization, if it's the effects. I mean, it's too early to just consider that this is like the best example. So I would be rather careful more than that. I'm sorry. But what's the other question? Let me see, pessimistic. On the political responses, yes, it's a bit, well, it's related to what I just mentioned. I think I'm rather pessimistic of what was going on. What I can see overall is more a colonization of this border, of this regime of border control more than anything so different. Yeah.
Okay. My sense is that it's been an extremely long day, very stimulating discussions, and people are looking like we definitely need a little air. And so I guess I'd like to ask whether either the two of you have additional comments, ending comments you'd like to make. Because if not, then I think we will break, and we will be reconvening tomorrow morning for a full day of parallel sessions. I expect those are going to be equally stimulating. And so we look forward to seeing everybody then. And thank you so much, Gioconda. And then thank you to our panelists for a quite stimulating afternoon.